Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th International Conference of Tropical Studies and its application. Today, 1st November 2022. The theme of this year's conference is Toward Sustainable Tropical Environment for New Capital City of Indonesia.
It is an honor for us to introduce and welcome the keynote speakers, His Excellencies Insinyur Bambang Susantono, MCP, MSCE, PhD, represented by Dr. Nusantara. His Excellencies Dr. Suseno Amin,
Executive Director of Project Implementation Unit ISDB Pulau Warman University, Dr. Sains Mustaif Yusuf, MSI. The Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Insinyur Mustafa Agung Sarjono. And also, we welcome all the moderators, presenters, participants, and invited guests of the 6th ICTROPS 2022. Please give a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, allow me to read the main agenda for today's first day conference. We will begin with opening ceremony, which includes singing national anthem Indonesia Raya, praying, welcome speech from Executive Director of Project Management Unit ISDB, and welcoming speech from Rector of Warman University, and followed by photo session. The third agenda is plenary session 1 with Dr. Mirna Asnawati Safitri, SH, MSI, will have a lunch break for an hour. The sixth agenda is the plus plenary session with Dr. Muhammad Ilman. The seventh agenda is parallel session for oral presentation 1. Then we'll have another coffee break for 15 minutes, and the last agenda is poster presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment, we would like to invite all the audiences of the 6th ICTROPS 2022 to sing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. For all the audiences, may all we rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, before
Ladies and gentlemen, I will let this pray in Islamic prayer. For those who are not Muslim, we are blessed to pray according to Etsakudil prayer. Baiklah Bapak Ibu, mari kita mulai doa kita dengan membaca Al-Quran. Al-Fatihah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Amin. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiyatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizqi wa taubatan qabla wa rahmatan dalam kebaikan batal. Rabbana wa khairin alaina fi sakra wa najatan min al-aqwa dan sesat. Allahumma inna as'aluka ridhoka wal jannah wa na'udzubika min sakhatika wan nar. Rabbana la tu'akhizna in nasina aw akhtana. Rabbana wa la tahmil alaina isran kama hamaltahu 'alal ladzina min qablina. Rabbana wa la tuhammilna ma la taqata lana bihi. Wa'fu 'anna ya Allah. Wa'fu 'anna waghfir lana warhamna anta maulana wansurna 'alal qaumil kafirin. Allahumma ighfir lana wa walidina warhamhum warhamhum sibah. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming speech from the Executive Director of Project Management Unit ISDB. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Renat Suseno Amin.
The Honorable Rector of University Mullah Warman, Dr. Abdunur, represented by the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Mustafa Agus Sarjono, Executive Director, Project Implementation Unit of University Mullah Warman, and also University of Jember, University of Sultan Ageng Tirta Yasa, and State University Malang. Also, honorable deans, speakers, participants, especially to the International Conference for Tropical Studies and its Application Committee, who have worked hard to make this activity take place. Through the development for higher institution project, which is funded by Government of Indonesia and Islamic Development Bank, buildings, equipment, curriculum development, and staff academic and non-academic development at four university, University of Jember, State University of Malang, Sultan Ageng Kriasa, and University of Mula Warman. So the most important things in this project is the establishment of Center Excellence in its university. It will become a characteristic reference and also the capacity at national international levels. Warman University Center of Excellence is Tropical Studies, whose existence has been recognized since 2019 by the Ministry of Education, Culture, and Research and Technology. So thank you to all those who have contributed to this international conference. Last but not least, in line with the topic of the international conference today, namely towards sustainable tropical environment for new capital city of Indonesia, let's support this new capital through education, research, and its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suseno, for the welcoming speech. And now we are going to listen to the welcoming speech delivered by Rector of Lawman University, who will also open today's conference, which will be represented by Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Insinyur Mustafa Agung Sarjono. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi. Honorables, the Head of Authority Board, Insinyur Bambang Susantono, MCP, MSCE, PhD, represented by Dr. Firdan Safiti, as the Deputy for Environment and Natural Resources, Dr. Muhammad Ilman, Director of Maritime Division from Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara, Dr. Retna Suseno Amin from Pajajaran University, as well as the Executive Director of Project Management Unit, Islamic Development Bank, the Deans of the faculties within Warman University, especially the Dean of the Cultural Sciences, the Vice Deans, Professor, Lecturers, the Executive Director of the Project Management Unit, ICTB, Warman University, all invited speakers come from foreign and national institutions, moderators, students, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great pleasure for us for attending the 6th International Conference on Tropical Studies and its application. We should thanks to mighty God that after 3 years pandemic of the coronavirus disease 19, the 6th conference has given us the opportunity for this direct meeting. Therefore, I do really hope that this conference will be able to increase scientific values and surely a great opportunity for exchanging research results, ideas, experiences, and last but not least, for developing scientific network. Before continuing this welcome speech, allow me to extend a deep apology from the Rector of Warman University, Dr. Abdul Nur, because of another urgent activity he cannot attend in this conference, and therefore he asked me as Vice Rector of the Academic Affairs to send him to give an official opening speech. Dr. Abdul Noor sends warm regard and hopes that this international conference will be successfully carried out. Honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, Pengalaman University's long-term vision is to become a world-class university, and in order to achieve it, the university tries to optimize its main scientific pattern, tropical rainforest and its environment, to be adopted by all faculties and working units. The theme of this conference, towards sustainable tropical environment for new capital of Indonesia, invokes the faculty of engineering University leads has completed the previous conferences of peak under the UMUL's vision. A further aspect that has to be highlighted in this theme is the support of Malaman University in the establishment of new capital of Indonesia in East Kalimantan. It has been known that this province has much to offer, especially from its rich natural resources and sociological stability, but in the same time also plays a very significant role for global ecological balance to succeed the future development of Indonesia and its role in international issues. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Malaman University, I do really hope that this international conference will be able not only introducing international scientific articles, but also encouraging experts and all participants to find out smart strategies and new ideas to support from different aspects the development of environmentally friendly tropical forestry of the new capital of Indonesia. Last but not least, high appreciation goes to ICTP project of UNMU for financially supporting and technically organizing the series of international conference. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, for not taking time any longer, as requested and on behalf of the Rector, allow me to open this conference. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare this 6th International Conference on Tropical Studies and its application with the theme towards sustainable tropical environment for new capital city of Indonesia, Samarinda, 1st, 2nd November 2022 is officially open. Have a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, sir, for opening this conference, and it was a delighting welcoming speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's see the performance from UKM Seni Fakultas Teknik, which will present Tari Dayak with the title Lekto. This dance depicts a woman who is gentle but strong and agile at the same time. Women have an important role in the formation of the world's civilization. Gentle attitude and action is the strength she has. And every variety of movements that are arranged describe the dynamics of women in life. Gentleness combined with strength and agility, which is a symbol of determination and attitude. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy from UKM Seni Fakultas Teknik.
The next The next agenda is photo session. We are now going to have a photo session with all the keynote speakers. We invite Mr. Suseno Amin, Mr. Muhammad Ilman, Mr. Mustafa Agung Sarjono, Mr. Musta'id Yusuf, Mr. Farizal Adnan, and Mr. Masrur M. Hum. Please come to the stage for the photo session. Okay, thank you. Oh, and another photo, but this time is in front of. Yes, thank you. Please, all the guests to be rise, and we have a photo together. Please go and join in the front of, please. In the middle. Okay. The committee also, please join us in the middle, so all of your faces will be remembered here. Smile, give your best smile. Okay. Thank you so much.
The Honorable all the audiences, we are now continuing this conference with our first keynote speaker, Insinyur Bambang Susantono, MCP, MSCE, PhD, from the head of Nusantara Capital Authority Indonesia, which will be represented by Dr. Mirna Asnawati Savitri, SH, MSE, from Deputy for Environment and Natural Resources, Otorita Ibu Kota Negara, Ibu Kota Nusantara. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Sains Musta'id Yusuf. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first keynote speaker and moderator.
Baik, Bapak Ibu, kita mulai. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, who already opened this 6th International Conference for Tropical Studies. The Honorable all keynote speakers, all invited speakers, all distinguished speaker, and all participants of this conference. A very good morning today for us to meet in this conference, and we will discuss about the sustainable of tropical environment for the new capital city of Indonesia. So talking about life is also talking about environment, and talking about environment is always talking about sustainable. In this first session, we have keynote speakers who already joined with us through Zoom meeting. We are sorry because there is some misinformation, perhaps. She is Dr. Mirna Asnawati Sapitri, and surprise, she was born in Samarinda on 8 October 1969. And elementary school, senior high school, junior high school, senior high school is from Samarinda. Bachelor from University of Brawijaya, Malang, in the field of law, and magister from anthropology of University of Indonesia, and doctor in law from Leiden University, Netherlands. Her dissertation entitled Forest Tenure in Indonesia, 2005 to 2010. She is now working in the Deputy of Environmental and Natural Resources Capital City of the Authority of Capital City of Indonesia. Dr. Mirna, could you hear us in Samarinda?
Yes, sir. Very clear. Honorable Rector of Universitas Mula Warman, as represented by the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, distinguished speakers, presenters, and conference participants, Ibu Bapak, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, I would like to congratulate Universitas Mula Warman on their initiative to organize this conference that will discuss the latest development on tropical studies. This conference will provide a good opportunity to discuss various issues for developing tropical studies in different scientific disciplines, and also to serve for several development goals. I'm happy and grateful to be able to share information and views related to the preparation and construction of Indonesian Nusantara New National Capital, or IKN. Ladies and gentlemen, on February 15 this year, Indonesia for the first time passed a law on the nation's capital city. Law number 3 of 2022 is enacted through a long process related to the relocation policy of the capital city. One of the reasons behind the relocation is the concentration of activities economy in Jakarta and Java, resulting in disparities between Java and outside Java. In addition, various studies have concluded that the function of the environment in Jakarta is decreasing. Thus, after going through an in-depth review process, the government decided to build a new capital city in East Kalimantan with several considerations. East Kalimantan is very strategic because it is situated in the middle of Indonesia. The location of the new capital city also has complete infrastructure, such as airports, ports, and highways. IKN is adjacent to the two developed supporting cities, that is Balikpapan and Samarinda. There is adequate land availability and minimal risk of natural disasters. This new IKN is expected to provide opportunities for regions outside Java to develop and contribute to equity development. The development of IKN in East Kalimantan is an effort to build Indonesia's new economic epicentrum. The relocation of the national capital is also carried out as one of the strategies to realize Indonesia's 2041 economic target through accelerated development of Eastern Indonesia. Thus, the relocation of the state capital is to change the implementation and paradigm of development from Java-centric to Indonesian-centric. IKN is built with one vision, namely World City for All. This vision is based on Indonesia's Vision 2045, Sustainable Development Goals, New Urban Agenda, and National Urban Policy. This vision is related to the future condition of Indonesian society and to environmental conditions to be restored and maintained. The vision of World City for All will be achieved through three main objectives. First, as a symbol of national identity, IKN will become a city that embodies the identity, social character, unity, and greatness of a nation. Second, as a sustainable city, IKN will manage resources efficiently and provide services effectively with efficient use of water and energy resources, waste management, integrated transportation modes, a livable and healthy environment, a harmony of the natural environment and the built environment, and Indonesia's economic driver in the future. IKN development is carried out on 8 principles. The first is to design according to natural conditions by prioritizing protected and green areas. The second principle is to create social harmony. The third is realizing easy access and travel time, as well as prioritizing the active mobility of the population. The fourth principle is to become an energy efficient city through the use of renewable energy and low carbon emissions. Then, the fifth principle is to realize urban infrastructure with a circular and resilient system. The development of IKN also creates a safe, comfortable, and accessible city for the entire population, including children, women, the elderly, and people with disabilities. IKN will become an effective and efficient city based on technology to support governance, economic activities, and population activities, and create a city with economic opportunities for all. The development of the IKN will combine 3 urban concepts: IKN as a forest city, a sponge city, and a smart city. The city in forest of IKN becomes a nature-based solution to solving environmental problems. The forest city is the embodiment of the concept of sustainable city by maintaining, managing, and restoring forest ecosystems as a nature-based solution to anticipate various social and environmental changes, such as climate change, disasters, biodiversity loss, pollution, and health problems. Through the forest city concept, environmental development and preservation can go hand in hand with the support of science and technology, community participation, and cooperation and partnerships of various parties. The benefit of a forest city include the three pillars of sustainable development. First, economically, forest cities can create jobs where communities are involved in forest protection, fire control, tree planting, nature tourism, and sustainable agricultural land management. Forest city will also reduce energy costs by providing fresh air from trees, increasing property values due to aesthetic gardens, increased tourism potential, reduce disaster management costs and health costs, and can provide financial opportunities such as carbon trading, biodiversity value, environmental services, ecotourism, and many others. The forest city will support the harmonization of the diversity of community interactions. Public parks can be places for public participation where various community activities interact and express their local values and wisdom in forest conservation. Forests and beautiful environment encourage residents to carry out activities and live with a lifestyle that interacts with nature and is oriented towards preserving the environment, such as sustainable consumption, saving water, recycling waste, conserving energy, and so on. A healthy lifestyle can reduce various types of non-communicable diseases. The view and access to gardens, green zones, and forests have a positive and calming effect on our mind. Environmental benefits that will be available through the development of the forest city are also related to climate change control. We know that trees are able to absorb and store greenhouse gases. Forests are also able to support the preservation of various species, including those that are endangered and of high conservation values. Trees and plants in cities can reduce air pollution. The existence of mangrove forests in IKN can also withstand seawater intrusion and abrasion. The development of the forest city is to protect, manage, and restore the forest area of 65% in the form of primary forest, secondary forest, and agroforestry land. In addition, green areas will be built in the form of botanical park, riparian park, green belts, and city gardens. Around 10% of the land in IKN will be allocated for agricultural areas that support food security in the IKN and its surrounding areas. The principle of the city forest in IKN is at least to realize zero deforestation through efforts to maintain existing forests and ecosystems, biodiversity conservation, sustainable forest management, carbon stock improvement, involvement of indigenous peoples and local communities, and improved land use governance. The forest city program will be carried out through forest restoration, reduction of deforestation, rehabilitation and reclamation of ex-mining areas, and community agroforestry development. The forest city development at IKN emphasizes that constructing a new capital city will not damage natural forests, but to protect and restore degraded forests and lands. Therefore, the development of forest city will make an important contribution to IKN and Indonesia to achieve net zero emission by 2045. We realize that building IKN and realizing a sustainable forest city in IKN is a challenging task. We need support from all parties, including universities. Through its vision to be a center of excellence in tropical studies, Universitas Mula Warman, I think, will be an important contributor to the formulation and implementation of IKN Forest City. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mirna, for such a delightful presentation and fruitful information that you have shared to us. So, according to Dr. Mirna, that the environmental aspect in the new capital city of Indonesia will be developed with 8 principles. So it will be a lot of challenge there, and we all asked to contribute or participate in that subject. So thank you very much again, Dr. Mina. Now I think we have plenty of time for question and answer. We have about 15 minutes. 15 minutes for question and answer. So I will ask for audience here who want deliver a question to Dr. Mirna. Please raise your hand. Okay, maybe the first question will be, please, Dr. Muhammad Ilman.
Thank you very much, Bapak Moderator, for the opportunity. Ibu Mirna, my name is Ilman. I'm the Director of Oceans Program, Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara. Our organization used to be known as the Nature Conservancy. Since 2019, changed to Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara. It is a very, thank you very much for the presentation. That's very impressive, and I think we all hope that we could reach, achieve this vision. It's a very good one. The focus on the environmental aspect is very ambitious. Yeah, there will be a net zero for in terms of emission by, if I'm not mistaken, 2045. But it seems less ambitious on the aspect of pollution, especially I think the waste management. It's only 60% to be recycled by 2045. I think it should be, I mean, a lot of experience from other cities around the world already, where it is possible to actually make a more ambitious one, especially because we will build the new capital with a new technology. So it should be, it should have been more ambitious on that. Let's say a net zero waste by 2045. Is there any specific reason, if you may share with us, why in terms of pollutions, yeah, I think waste management, it's less ambitious compared to the emission net zero emission vision. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Ilman, for the question. So, Dr. Mirna, Dr. Ilman asked about how about the net zero waste? Why it is so less ambition? I think that's the point of the question from Dr. Muhammad Ilman. Please, Dr. Mirna, you can deliver your answer.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ilman. Actually, the issues of waste management is also part of our action plan to reach the net zero emission. But if you say that why the target seems less than the target for the land base, this is because of the area that will be protected is really large. It's as I mentioned in my speech that it's covered 65% of the total land in the IKN area, while only 25% that will be built, meaning that the population will be concentrated in this 25%, and also we also want to maintain the number of the population and IKN for not exceeding 2 million people. So that's why in terms of the waste management, seems that the target is a little bit less than the target for the land-based sector. That's I think that I can explain.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Mina. And Dr. Iman already satisfied with the answer. So, okay, another question from the audience, please. You can inform us the name and institution maybe, and then directly deliver your question to Dr. Mina.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Martinus Nanang. I'm from Visipol Unmul. I have actually one question, but I can elaborate it into several questions. My question is, how will the forest in the IKN area be managed? Do you have already the clear idea about the forest management in the IKN area? Will it be managed all by the government, or by the government in cooperation with the community, or in partnership with the business sectors? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Martinus Nanang from Visipol University of Mula Warman, who deliver a question about how the forest will be managed. Okay, Dr. Mirna, you can deliver your question, please.
Yes, so basically the development IKN will be run by using public-private people partnership. So that's also will apply to the forest management. So shortly speaking, I can say that we will make a partnership with the people, with the communities, with the local communities, with the universities, and also with the private sector, but not for doing any extractive utilization of the forest resources anymore.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Mirna. And we have also a question from Zoom from Midland Witrawan. He's a student from Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science. The question is, how important is this capital city for the surrounding community? From your explanation, you convey that we know that this IKN area causes many problems around the area. There is still illegal mining in the area. Is this really only ambitious by the state? Okay, that's the question from the student, Dr. Mirna. Maybe you can deliver your answer, please.
Yes, so basically what the so-called problems that already exist before we talk about IKN. When you mentioned about the illegal mining, that's already exists. Several years ago, that's already exists. So with the IKN, we want to make a new governance of land and natural resources. So in terms of the mining, we will do review of the mining licenses, and also, as I mentioned in my speech, that we will develop a systematic program for reclamation and rehabilitation of the ex-mining areas. And one thing that if I may to add here, that several times people say that this is ambitious. Yes, this is ambitious, but we can also say that it's a visionary a policy. Yeah, it's a big plan for this country. And to do so, we need to be able to set up clear targets in the longer time. So if we look at the development of the IKN, this is not the program that will be reached in the next 2 years or 5 years. It will take several years until 2045. So that's why, because this is our common interest, this is our common goal, I think we need to work hand in hand to support the achievement of the several strategic objectives in the development of IKN. And then I also want to add that the development of IKN is not for IKN itself. This is also for East Kalimantan and also for the eastern part of Indonesia.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Dr. Mirna. Any question from the audience or from the new meeting? We still have around 6 minutes. Okay, please deliver your question and inform us your name and maybe your institution, and directly deliver your question, please.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity that has given. My name is Febrianti Pramudawardhani. I am from Fishery and Marine Science Faculty, Mulawarman University. My question is, how can the new capital city be used as a sponge city when, as well as we all know, floods often occur in some areas? What will be done to solve this problem? What kind of absorption method will be used? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So the question is about the spongy city. Okay, Dr. Mirna, please deliver your answer.
Yeah, so basically the sponge city and the forest city is very connected. Yeah, when we can in quotation build and rebuild the forest, so some of the issues of the water absorption can also be solved. Yeah, but we also design several infrastructure that is water friendly, if I can say. So we are very aware about the potential disaster, particularly flood. So that's why in terms of building the infrastructure, those related to the water management is also inherently part of the planning.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that's all enough for the session. I would like to give a conclusion remark about the presentation of Dr. Mirna, that the IKN, one key point is the IKN is built with one vision, World City for All, and will be developed with 8 principles. The first is design according to natural condition. The second is to create social harmony. And the third is realizing easy access. The fourth is become an energy efficiency. The fifth principle is to realize urban infrastructure. And also IKN will become effective and efficient city based on technology to support government, economic, and activities. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mirna, for such a nice presentation and a lot of new information. Also, all you answer for all the participants' question. Again, Thank you very much, Dr. Mirna, and please give a big applause for the first keynote speaker.
Thank you all. And I'm sorry I cannot join you all in person, but definitely that I'm happy to make a further discussion with the colleagues from UNMUL. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mina. And the first session is finished. In the time, I'll give back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mirna. And we apologize for the technical problem during this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, we welcome all of you for coffee break until 10:30. Please enjoy your coffee break at the back of this ballroom. Thank you.
Dari Visipol, Pak. Di jurusan apa, Pak? Oh, pembangunan sosial. Iya, sosial itu ya. Berarti itu lebih kepada antropologi, Pak ya. Sosial praktis. Yeah. Ya. Kalau saya di ilmu budaya, Pak, di sastra Inggris saya ngajar. Nanti kalau mata kuliahnya kan budaya, terus kajian budaya, nah itu masuk betul-betul. Iya, Bahtera Nabi Nuh.
Saya Ainun dari Ilkom, Pak, Ilmu Komunikasi Visip. Kami mau pinjam ruangan ruang pertemuan yang iLab, Pak, untuk hari Senin bisa?
Ruang pertemuan ya?
Iya.
Nanti izin langsung sama APR aja.
Sama PWR, Pak?
Iya, kalau ruang pertemuan,
bukan,
kecuali
maksudnya-
lecture teater.
Iya, lecture teater maksudnya, Pak.
Tanggal berapa?
Hari Senin tanggal 7, jam 9.
Saya cek dulu dan
Iya.
ada kemarin ada juga kemarin tapi minta hari Minggu. Waduh,
Dari mana, Pak? Visip juga?
Visip juga dia mau kayak model wawancara gitu, kita nggak tahu cara apa. Saya bilang kalau mau wawancara di ini aja di hub aja, di situ kan di ruang atas itu, ruang bawah itu buat kayak gitu.
Yang ruang kecil-kecil tuh, Pak ya?
Iya.
Kelas.
Kalau teater kan masa 2 orang
Iya.
teater. Senin ini?
Senin. Tanggal 7, Pak.
7 kosong.
Kosong ya, Pak?
Iya.
Tanggal 7 jam 9, jam 8 sampai jam 12, Pak.
Gini aja. Nanti masukin aja suratnya, saya booking duluan ya.
Iya.
Tanggal
7
ya. Jamnya sama.
Iya, sama.
8 sampai selesai ya.
Iya, betul, Pak.
Teater ya, teater.
Nanti suratnya ya, Pak?
Mau teater.
Saya buatkan suratnya biar nanti tim saya yang ngantar.
Ini mau pakai teater ini.
Iya.
Oke.
Buat acara kuliah tamu sih, Pak. Cuma audiensnya lumayan lebih dari 100.
Mau pakai
Jadi
hybrid.
enggak.
Itu seatnya 144.
Audiens kami 110, Pak.
Oh, masih. Ini apa acara seminar ya?
Kuliah tamu.
Ini juga minta ini visi Bapak Ijan, Ibu Rina dirinya di sini 18.
Bu Rina tuh 18 November apa ya?
18.
18 November.
Dia baru Ibu Rina ini minta 11 ini pakai 15 di booking, oke-nya 18. Ini Bapak Ijan bisa nggak di ini Pak, ini kan Sabtu.
Ini beda, Pak. Sama apa beda nih?
Beda.
Oh, beda.
Beda. Bapak Ijan ini dekanat nih.
Oh, saya anak buahnya Bu Rina, Pak.
Jangan-jangan ini?
Beda, bukan.
Habis antrian ini mau dicepetin aja.
Oh gitu. Nggak jadi jam 10:30. Setengah 11.
Kelamaan kalau ini, kalau sampai
Iya, setengah 11. Oke deh.
kita
Apa ya acara apa tanggal 18 ya?
tanya ini Bu Rina. Saya lupa karena surat belum masuk.
Iya, siap. Oke, Pak. Makasih ya, Pak ya.
Ini hari apa ya?
Senin
ya?
Senin.
Bikin aja suratnya dulu ya.
Siap, Pak.
Oke.
Apa? Nanti itu kan ini kebetulan kuliah tamunya sama Telkomsel, Pak. Mereka tuh mau bikin booth di depan ruangan di lorong gitu, boleh, Pak?
Itu kemarin Prodia sama Fakultas Kedokteran ada banner kok di
Banner ya?
banner yang stand banner. Boleh di
Jadi
dalam
meja
dekat
sama-
venue itu.
Dekat venue nggak apa-apa ya, Pak?
Terus kalau di situ ada TV tuh, yang TV yang kayak di bandara itu, itu bisa dipakai informasi itu kalau ada acara.
Tapi itu kan buat di belakang panggung ya, Pak?
Itu
Buat
di
apa ya?
depan pintu masuk.
Oh,
Ada TV yang apa ya? Yang TV kayak
Cuma
model
buat
TV yang tinggi itu buat
nunjukin
informasi.
informasi.
Iya.
Oke.
Kalau di dalam dekat-dekat pintu bisa. Kemarin Prodi ada.
Oh, siap.
Nah,
Oke deh.
Oke, jadi saya ini ya, Mbak ini ya.
Ya, biar suratnya langsung diproses, Pak.
Iya.
Terima kasih ya, Pak.
Ayo Om, sepi sudah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue our conference in 5 minutes. The Honorable all the audiences, we welcome you, our Vice Rector for Planning, Cooperation and Public Relations, as well as known as the Vice Director of Project Implementation ISDB, Mula Warman University, Professor Dr. Insinyur Bohari, MSI.
The Honorable all the audience, we are going to continue our session with the second keynote speaker, which will present his presentation via online. Professor Cho Young Lee from University of California, Riverside, United States of America. The title of the presentation is Sustainable Pest Management on Urban Insect Pests and will be moderated by Ainun Nikmatur Rohmah, MA.
Nggak ngopi dulu, Pak.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us all. Honorable speakers, guests, and all participants, it's a great pleasure for me to meet you at the 6th International Conference for Tropical Studies and its Applications, presented by Mullah Warman University, the Center of Excellence for Tropical Studies. My name is Ainun. I'm a lecturer at Mullah Warman University, and I will be serving as your moderator today. In this plenary session, you'll be hearing a presentation from Professor Cho Yang Lee on the topic Sustainable Pest Management of Urban Insect Pests. In his abstract, Professor Lee stated that sustainable urban pest management is a visible, affordable, and long-lasting ecologically acceptable pest management approach with no or little economic, social, and environmental consequences. It must be very interesting to examine this challenge and issues in the implementation of this practice. If there's still time after this presentation, we will have Q&A session. So if you do have any questions, please be prepared. And for participants who join online, you can also submit a question via the chat feature on the conference platform. Before we get started, I want to take a few more minutes of your time to read the short profile of Professor Lee. Professor Cho Yang Lee is the professor and endowed presidential chair in Urban Entomology Board Certified Entomologist, Urban and Industrial, at the University of California, Riverside, USA. His research direction centers around urban and industrial entomology, insecticide resistance. He received PhD in entomology, insect toxicology from University Sains Malaysia in 1996 and professor of entomology from the same university in 2006 before moved to the University of California in 2019. In 2022, Professor Lee received recognition award in medical, urban, and veterinary entomology from Entomological Society of America. He's also the member of Entomological Society of America, executive member of Pacific Rim Termite Research Group, executive member of International Conference on Urban Pests or ICUP, and other notable organizations in the field of pest management. With that, I want to check the connection quality with Professor Lee. Hello, Professor Lee.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes, great,
Oh,
excellent.
awesome.
Okay,
Alright.
good evening in California, Professor Lee.
Hi, yeah, it is 7:06 p.m. right here in California.
Okay, great. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Professor Lee, the time is yours.
Thank you. So allow me to share my screen. Can you see it now? Is it clear?
Yes, Professor, please.
Awesome. All right. So, selamat pagi, ibu-ibu dan bapak-bapak, and good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be invited to speak in this conference, the 6th International Conference for Tropical Studies and its Application. So thank you so much for the invitation to speak here. I would also like to acknowledge Dr. Nova Haryani, my former student, who had actually initiated this invitation much earlier. So I will jump straight into my talk now because I have some 60 over slides to cover within this 60 minutes period. So today we live in a millennium where more than half of the human population actually live in the urban area. And if you see in terms of the number of people that live in the urban area, out of the 10 most populated cities in the world, about 8 actually come from Asia. So these are the 10 most populated cities in the world. As you can see here, based on all these cities that is being listed, you can see Tokyo, Delhi, Shanghai, Dhaka, Sao Paulo, Mexico City, Cairo, Beijing, and Mumbai and Osaka. Out of these so-called 10 cities, 8 actually came from Asia. So Tokyo is probably by far the most populated city in the world. Tokyo and Greater Tokyo area has some 37.27 million people. So just imagine taking a summer, deep in a pool in Tokyo. This is what it will look like. Unfortunately, with urbanization, it also comes with other issues. One of the main issue of urbanization is actually the slum population. If you look at, in terms of the slum population, Asia has the most numbered. Some 500 million people actually live in slum in Asia, followed by Africa, some 190 million people, and then Latin and Caribbean American, that is about 128 million people. But if you look at in terms of the percentage of slum dwellers, Africa has some 72% of its urban population that live in slum. So although the highest percentage of slum dwellers is in Africa, but based on the number itself, Asia accounted some 60% of the world urban slum residents. Urban slums is actually common in major cities in Asia. All across Asia, whether it is in Thailand, for example, in Bangkok, in Jakarta, in Manila, and so on, we actually see slums population. Okay, so poor air and also water quality in many of these cities also affect the health of the people, especially in the urban area. In very densely populated cities, people actually have limited access to health services. Now, besides this, the slums also host a variety of infectious diseases. Okay, for example, dengue, malaria, tuberculosis, chikungunya, and of course, more recently, Zika. These are where a number of them are actually transmitted by insect vectors. So these diseases, of course, spread even faster in highly populated areas. So one of the problems of urbanization is urbanization tends to encroach into the natural ecosystem. And this natural ecosystem, of course, was formerly rich with biodiversity. So especially when you have, forested area where it is opened up to create new cities, you will have this urbanization that encroach into the natural ecosystem. Besides affecting, of course, species richness in the cleared sites, you have other problems that may arise. A good example is wildlife. So wildlife that were never a problem in natural ecosystem may suddenly become a pest in the urban ecosystem. For example, if you can see here, this is a python being caught. It's a very common incident in Singapore, in major cities in Singapore itself, where pythons are often sighted in urban Singapore. In some parts of the world, you may even find wildlife encroaching into the urban area, which is not uncommon. So let us take a look at what are the important pests in the urban environment in Southeast Asia. So this is just a list of them. So we have cockroaches here, we have flies, of course, mosquitoes, rodents, termites, ants, okay, and bed bugs, and of course pigeons, as well as fleas, and in some places geckos, and of course also stock product insects. So these pest issues in Southeast Asian countries essentially can be divided into 5 major aspects. The first one, they cause vector-borne diseases such as dengue, malaria, filariasis, chikungunya, plague, leptospirosis, and so on. You also have urban pests that actually cause economic damages such as termites, rats, bed bugs, and so on. You have mechanical vector of pathogens, for example, flies, cockroaches, ants. You have pests of pets, for example, fleas that are found in dogs as well as also in cats. And lastly, nuisance, okay, such as bed bugs, pest ants, and geckos. Now, pest management activity has been growing really well in Southeast Asia over the last 30 to 40 years. And even more rapidly growing really even better now over the last decades. Unfortunately, many of these pest management activity relies heavily on the use of insecticides and pesticides. And it should be noted that some 95% of whatever pesticides that are being applied did not actually reach its targeted organism. Many of these pesticides tend to accumulate, based on the toxic residues, and some of these toxic residue eventually would get into our water system. There are also impact on non-target organisms. They may cause pesticide resistance. They may also occur where pests, secondary pests become primary pests, and so on. Besides that, irresponsible use of pesticide may also lead to other economic and social consequences. Oop. Hang on. Okay. So integrated pest management, or what we call IPM, this is a pest management process that is designed through regular inspection and planning strategies and making evaluation and subsequently executing treatment, evaluation and re-evaluation and inspection again before we actually treat a pest. This is actually based on the agroecosystem, where you can see here, most important thing, they are these so-called 6 important aspects, where you first identify the pests, subsequently you inspect whether the pests are present and what is the prevalence of these pests, and then you make a decision whether to treat or not to treat, and if you were to treat, what sort of treatment method that you will use, and then followed by sanitation and education to the stakeholders, and then followed by treatment. And lastly, after the treatment, you then, oops, what happened? You then carry out another post-treatment monitoring and then follow up whether a retreatment is required. This is the original concept of IPM, and it is actually emerged from the agroecosystem. However, if we were to take this concept of IPM and we were to adopt into urban ecosystem, it is not possible. The reason for that is because the urban ecosystem is very different from the agroecosystem. Now, in the agroecosystem, we would find that I can hear people speaking. Can you kindly mute yourself? Thank you so much. So in the agroecosystem, you would find that actually the end objective is actually to make profit. But in the urban ecosystem, we have many different factors that will interact with one another, because our ultimate aim is not about making profit, okay, when it comes to pest management. And the reason for that is because in the urban ecosystem, the pest status is basically due to the continued presence of the pest in the living space, and also the intolerance of the pest present. So for example, you and me, you may not be able to tolerate 2 cockroaches in your house per night. But on the other hand, for me, I do not mind seeing 10 cockroaches in my house every night. So just for you and me, we are already different in terms of our tolerance towards a pest. And this is, of course, is a very unique thing in the urban area. And also, an organism are always associated, whether they are a real medical threat or not, or just a perceived medical threat. So unlike the agriculture IPM, where we always regard yield loss as the primary concern for initiating a treatment, in the urban area, our decision whether to treat or not to treat is actually based on aesthetic, based on medical, and based on economic injury level, which of course may differ with the pest involved as well as time and location. Sustainability is improving the quality of human life while at the same time living within the carrying capacity of the supporting system. And this supporting system is not just the environment, but also the economy and also the social aspects. So if we were to put all these definitions that I just mentioned together, sustainable urban pest management is putting sustainability together with urban factors and IPM. And basically that gives you a definition of a feasible, affordable, long-lasting, ecologically accepted pest management process in the urban environment with no or very little economic, social, and environmental consequences. So sustainable urban pest management embrace the concept of IPM, but with aspect or component that is feasible for the urban setting. Sustainable urban pest management concentrate on inspection and maximize their effort on preventing the pests rather than controlling the pests or cure. It will emphasize on protecting the human lives, the buildings and the structure and the landscape. It will minimize and prevent the damages that pests is causing. And it is not an attempt to kill all the pests, because killing all the pests or eradicating the pests is not practical or feasible. Sustainable urban pest management would reduce the pest population to an acceptable level with very little environmental, economic, and social disruption. It will also promote responsible use of pesticide. Only use the pesticide as and when they are absolutely required. So one of the key components of sustainable urban pest management is inspection. Okay, so inspection is important because it provides the information, and this information can then be used to decide whether a treatment is required and the type of treatment method. It also provides the avenue to reduce unnecessary treatments, especially the use of pesticides. And of course, over the last 20 years, there has been new technology in inspection. As you can see here, many of these new tools of inspection are using infrared or even microwave technology these days. So what are the approaches in pest management that are considered sustainable? So first of all is pest proofing and building design, where you want to prevent the entry of the pests into the building. And that requires very careful planning in your building construction, and at the same time also preventing the gap that will allow the pests to enter. You want to practice source reduction and habitat modification, where many of these so-called resources will be available to the pests if they are there. So you want to reduce all the resources to a minimum so that pests cannot find these resources. And of course, being able to use these resources to breed. You can also have mechanical approaches where you apply physical barrier, such as the use of screen in order to prevent flying insects into the buildings. At the same time, you can also use many of these UV lights, traps, in order to prevent pests from coming in. There are also physical barrier which you can lay before you construct a building to prevent termite from getting through into the building. There are, of course, physical control methods such as the use of heat, cold, CO2, and ozone that can be used to reduce pests should there be already pests inside the building. If pesticide is required, you may want to resort to the use of baits, which uses very small amount of pesticide and of course limited barrier treatment, which only treat the perimeter instead of the entire location in order to minimize the use of pesticide in human environment. There are of course other options where you can also use biopesticides, bioagents, and insect growth regulator, and these are chemical compound or insecticide agent which will not affect or do not affect mammals in the big ways or human in the big ways or any of the vertebrates in a big way, but at the same time they could be used to control the targeted insect because they are more target specific towards the insects. There are methods, of course, using physical removal approach, for example, the use of vacuuming and trapping for pest removal. However, having said that, with all these different methods that we have, there are still numerous challenges when it comes to sustainable pest management, especially in Southeast Asia. Now, when I talk about Southeast Asia, I'm referring to countries such as Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Cambodia, Laos, and so on. Okay. First of all, there has been limited awareness and coordination, and of course, lack of cooperation between the stakeholders, especially the one that is doing the job, the one that is paying for the job, and the one that is owning the business or the building. There's often lack of cooperation between these different people. There is also ignorance about the importance of sustainable approaches. There have been a lot of misconception that more toxic is better because it is actually long-lasting, so that when it is long-lasting, then I have to spend less money. That's wrong. There's lack of sustainable and long-term solution too. So a lot of so-called sustainable approaches requires proper prevention measure that is built in at pre-construction level. So when you have a new capital in Indonesia, this is the perfect time when we talk about sustainable pest management. Before the building is constructed, you can actually put in many of these long-term sustainable approaches. The other issue is even when it is possible, building owners are not willing to be proactive. Unfortunately, a lot of time, as building owners, they are more reactive than proactive. They will only react to the problem when the problem arises. And in most situations, they are not concerned with the pest problem until the pest problem becomes too serious. They are, of course, budget constrained because IPM approaches can be more costly during the initial stage, but that is something, an investment that you need to invest on. Unfortunately, there are also many of these cheap chemical products that are available throughout Southeast Asia, where people actually regarded that spraying it's better because they are cheap. There is also an issue with the training of pest management professionals, especially those that are skillful. And lastly, the impact of climate change, which I'm going to cover a little bit at the end of my talk, has been evident over the last few years, especially with regards to mosquito-borne diseases. Now, the liberalization of airline industry does not help. You can now fly from one location to another at very low cost. At the same time, you also could move the pests around easily. And lastly, many of the universities in Southeast Asia either have removed the research program on pest management, or they do not have any research program on pest management. And this is actually being a problem in many countries in Southeast Asia. So I'm going to give you some specific challenges with regards to the stakeholders in sustainable pest management. The first one is building design. Okay, many of the pest problem can actually be avoided if the proper measure is being taken during the stage of development. This, of course, includes the design on the facilities the architecture, the landscape, the lighting, the personnel entry door, and so on. Besides that, there are also new designs that are normally aimed towards modern lifestyle. Okay, but because of that design, it actually provide conducive environment to the propagation of the pests. I'm going to give you a few examples here. This is a perfect example. Okay, you can see that it is now not uncommon to find a sky garden. Okay, in this all the high-rise building, they actually built a garden on the top of these high-rise building. And then they will bring soil and pile up on the top of these so-called high-rise building and start planting trees. Now, this soil, in order to plant the tree, would also have to be irrigated or have to be watered properly. And because of that, you actually bring another level of conducive environment to the building. And this is perfect place for pests such as termites to start a new colony. So in no time, although the sky garden is located at the 12th floor or 10th floor of a building, you will have termite infestation that is already ready to infest any of the higher floors without any issue. And this is, of course, some of these slides are actually taken in the urban cities in Singapore. Okay, this is actually in Suntec City in Singapore. This is one of the condominium in Singapore. And I'm going to show you this very one. I'm sure many of you know about this particular landmark in Singapore. You can see that this is the Marina Sand Hotel. And on the top, there is like a sheep. Okay, and of course, there are some 200 over trees being planted over the top. And to plant these trees, they required them to actually bring the soil up and plant those trees. It looks impressive, no doubt about that. At the same time, it also attracts pests. Okay, and these pests, of course, can then invade the hotels on the below this big sheet. What about green wall? So green wall is beautiful to look from far. It gives you that ecologically acceptable feeling, and being green looks nice. At the same time, green wall also attract ants and other pests to breed within this area of leaves and all that. So this particular slide was taken in Changi Airport in Singapore. And of course, underneath, below all these so-called green walls, you can find ants moving around all over the place. There are also, of course, convenience. Rubbish chutes, it's a real convenience to urban dwellers in Asia. So these are rubbish chutes where you put your rubbish here, and then you just close the drawer. The rubbish will then travel all the way down to the big garbage bin. But this is also perfect for cockroach infestation. Okay, you would often find this type of report where they could kill 1,000 cockroaches in 2 hours. And this is actually a news report in Singapore. Besides that, there is also this so-called township planning aspect. Okay, so a lot of time we clear natural ecosystem because we want to build urban cities. Okay, so by eliminating this clear border between urban and natural environment, the urban cities become more susceptible to pests and the disease that they carry. There have been a lot of what we call eco-living housing project that has been mushrooming each year. A good example you can see that is in Malaysia. I'm going to show you an example. Okay, so architect, developer, and engineer loves to integrate all these building project with natural ecosystem. Okay, for example, housing project in a forest, a university in a forest, and so on. So without considering the potential problem with pests and pest reservoir. So this is a project near Kuala Lumpur, where they have these so-called forested area right here, okay? And they call it Forest Park in a very nice name. And they start building housing projects right here. So along all these fringes area, they have people after moving in, getting malaria afterwards. Okay, and that's is one issue, and that's because of eco-living or living too close to the pest reservoir. Of course, there are ways to overcome that, but if you build without considering the consequences, the human health would be compromised. There are also, of course, issues with regards to government and legislative authority. So there's research between research and decision making. It is lost in translation. A lot of time, university researcher came out with findings, but these findings never get translated to the politicians and also the government who are making decisions all the time. All right. The choice of chemical is also something that has been a problem, okay, in many countries. Policy are made without consultation with the stakeholders. Because of the sensitive nature, many of these so-called problems are not shared. And then, of course, they are worried that this will cause panic. I think another important aspect is research and talents. There have been very limited experts in tropical pest management, especially not just tropical pest management, but also tropical studies researchers. Okay, because there have been limited funds available, and of course, many of the personnel that we send out for training lack this so-called tropical exposure. Students these days prefer to choose the more fashionable life science or biotechnology program. We find that pest management research and programs in many universities now are increasingly rare, and some actually have even gone extinct in some places. So where are we going to find the next generation professional pest managers, and who is able to identify the pests correctly, and so on? Our mass media, it's educating the pests, the public on pests, how important and how to prevent and minimize their prevalence. But a lot of time, mass media play a very important role of sensationing the news, not actually educating the public. So with all these challenges and issues, what must we do in order to achieve sustainable pest management in the urban area in Southeast Asia? So first of all, if you are a pest management professional or someone involved with pest management, you must embrace the right concept of IPM. Pest managers should sell services protecting the human and property, not spraying pesticide. There's a difference between the two. Protecting human and property requires a lot of inspection and also decision making. Spraying pesticide is easy. Anyone can do it. Okay? Inspection must be based on key activity, source reduction, habitat modification, and of course, pesticide should only be used as and when it's required. The health authority must be proactive rather than reactive. A lot of time, we only find vector control office doing their job when there is a dengue outbreak. In most time, when there is no dengue outbreak, they don't do anything. So they should stop practicing what we call firefighting. Okay, because firefighting is actually over. So instead, they should be concentrating on inspection, source reduction, habitat modification, and so on, to prevent the pest population from achieving to a certain threshold. I want to show this particular slide so that you are fully aware. Now, this particular research findings by Submono in 2021, it's actually a very nice paper discussing about dengue issue in Indonesia. As you can see, in Indonesia, okay, in Indonesia, you would find that the dengue incidence rate per 100,000 people is 51.48. This is for the overall Indonesia. But when you start focusing towards Kalimantan, you would find that North Kalimantan has 239 per 100,000 people. East Kalimantan has 180. and then you have Central Kalimantan, South Kalimantan, and West Kalimantan. Now notice all these numbers remain low, but as the country get more urbanized, okay, in some of these locations become more and more urbanized, you would find that the incidence rate would be higher. Just look at Malaysia and Singapore that has become really urbanized, especially Singapore. So the dengue incident rate per 100,000 people in Singapore is 620. And Malaysia is 400 per 100,000 people. So as the country become more urbanized, you would find that the incidence rate will also go up, especially when proper pest management strategies are not being executed. So health authorities should hold regular meetings with academic and scientists so that the latest findings in vector management can actually be translated into operation. And of course, everyone knows that nowadays everyone can fly, so vector-borne diseases can also travel very quickly. There should be what we call an Asian Vector Control Surveillance or Vector Surveillance Center that allows sharing of information between countries. So chemical manufacturers should emphasize the importance of novel delivery system rather than selling pesticide. Okay, so I give you an example. This is a very interesting commercial fruit fly trap. It's a simple design, but it will attract fruit flies to go in and trap inside. And you can trap hundreds to thousands of fruit fly in just this one little container. So when there are pesticides should be contained to minimize runs off. And this is a perfect example. This is an anti-cockroach board, which you will apply onto your cabinet. And when cockroach crawl through this, cockroach would get a toxic dose and get killed. But if you wash it, no pesticide would leave together with the water. And this is what I call technology and novelty. This is actually more important than just selling pesticide for spraying. Architect and developer must cooperate and work together with pest manager to develop eco-friendly pest-proof building designs. So building managers should provide their cooperation at each inspection. And of course, urban sprawl, it is unavoidable, but you can actually take proper measure at developmental stage to minimize the human and pest contacts. So mass media, of course, must also play their role to reach out and educate the public on the importance of source reduction so that the public is fully aware of the role of pests and also the disease transmission. So I want to spend the remaining time that I have talking about climate change. Now, climate change is going to affect all of us, and is already affecting all of us. So climate change is a significant environmental challenge, not just economically, human livelihood, but even political challenge. So the latest, this UN IPCC report has shown that we human beings are responsible what we are experiencing today about climate change. But in this talk, I'm going to just narrow down on talking about the impact of climate change on pest management. So there are three major effects of climate change that will affect insect pests. The first one is elevated CO2 in the atmosphere. The second one is increasing temperature. And of course, the third one is irregular rain patterns that we are experiencing. So this would result in outcome such as increasing insect feeding, new vector-borne diseases issue, and of course, also changes in plants that are grown around the world. Now, you would be puzzled why increasing atmospheric CO2 can lead to increasing insect feeding. So I'm going to show you in a short while. So back in the 80s, there have been research that shown that when CO2 is elevated, we will also find photosynthesis being increased. And leaves okay, or plant leaves would also increase. So you would think that this is actually a good thing, right? Because when I have increased CO2, then I have more photosynthesis, then I have greater plant growth. But in reality, it is not a good thing. Okay, why? Because elevated CO2, although it increased, okay, plant growth or photosynthesis, what happened is it actually decreased the nitrogen content in the plant. So when the nitrogen content in the plant is decreased, the insect, in order to be able to get enough protein, will need to eat a lot more in order to compensate for the reduced leaf nitrogen content. And this has been shown in this study, as you can see here. When the unbiased CO2 is increased, you would find that the level of nitrogen actually is decreased. Okay. Not just that. Okay, there have been another studies in 2014 where he investigated some 130 plant species grown under elevated CO2. And what these studies has found is, although the carbon content is up, you would find that all the other important minerals and component has been reduced. For example, nitrogen is reduced, phosphorus drop, potassium drop, calcium drop, and so on. So because of that, the quality of the nutrient for human being would also reduce. So there have been a number of studies, which I'm going to present here, that shows that elevated CO2 can actually impact us in a big way. So first of all, elevated CO2 would reduce the quality of the wood that we grown, whether for timber or for other purposes. So when the quality of wood that we use to build buildings is reduced because of less nitrogen in the wood density would also be reduced. And that will lead to feeding by more wood-destroying insects, such as wood-boring beetle and termites. And that, of course, would lead and resulted in greater damages. Oh, okay. I saw a chat message. I thought it is for me. Okay. So what about temperature and insects? So insects are poikilothermic. That means that insects are not able to regulate their own body temperature. So the body temperature of the insects very much relies on the ambient temperature. So when the ambient temperature goes up, the insect body temperature will also goes up. So what happened here is when there has been increase in temperature, it would also affect their behavior, their development, their survival, their reproduction, and so on. It has been shown that by just increase in 2 degrees centigrade, this will cause an additional 1 to 5 generation of insect per season. So you actually get a lot more insects than what you have, with increase of 2 degrees centigrade. So these are a list of urban insect pests that are likely to increase with higher temperature. So you can see that many species of ants are likely to increase in numbers. You have termites that are likely to increase in numbers, housefly, wasps, outdoor cockroaches, and last but not least, the mosquitoes. Okay, so with higher temperature, you are bound to have all these pests in increase. So besides that, climate change could also impact buildings and structures. So we talk about how climate change impact the wood used in buildings. But climate extreme could actually lead to rapid degradation of building material. So a lot of building material that we have today, because of climate change, we need to maintain it more often than before. Increase in moisture in and around the building would make the building more vulnerable and attractive to mold growth and also the pest invasion. And when you have irregular rain patterns, when you have flood outside, you will force the pests to actually get into the house or get into the buildings for herborages to seek refuge that there are also spread of mosquitoes. Over the 35 years period, you can see that Aedes albopictus, one of the vector for dengue, has spread beyond Asia to almost all parts of the world. Okay, and based on this particular paper that was published in Nature Microbiology in 2019, if you look at the projected environmental suitability for dengue for 2020, 2050, and 2080, you would find that by 2080, there are more regions around the world that has very conducive environment for dengue transmission and of course for Aedes breeding. And that is really a serious concern. Besides that, climate change also affects insecticide performance. Okay, many of the insecticide that we apply for the purpose of whether it's vector control or for the purpose of termite control will be affected by environmental condition. Increase in temperature or increase in rainfall will affect the performance of these insecticides. A good example, increase in temperature will increase insecticide detoxification due to higher enzyme activity in the insects. So insects are more able to detoxify the insecticide at higher temperature. In fact, in one of the Anopheles species, it has been shown that with increasing temperature, it actually reduced the sensitivity of this particular species to this deltametrin and lambda-cyhalothrin. These are two insecticides compared with when the temperature is actually much lower. And lastly, climate change also hastened disease spread across the globe. We have seen what COVID-19 could do to all of us. And of course, it became very clear in some places because a lot of wildlife that were formerly restricted into the forest, now with climate change start to migrate out. And potentially many of these wildlife such as bats, birds, and so on may carry diseases that humans may have never experienced before. That's why it is important for us to make preparation today in anticipation on the impact of climate change that is or that will eventually come. So in conclusion, I would like to say that sustainable urban pest management is feasible. We will find better and cheaper tool in about 5 to 10 years period. But all these remains as talk, okay, and will not materialize overnight without the will, the guts and gumption, and also the patience and cooperation of all the stakeholders. So ultimately, it is us who will make it happen. You know, all these so-called concept strategies can be put forward, but if we are not going to do it, we don't take action today, it is not going to happen. And lastly, climate change impact could potentially worsen and derail many of these pest management strategies that I just mentioned. So with that, I would like to end my presentation with a lot of thanks to the organizer for the invitation for me to speak in this conference. And I welcome questions from the floor if I still have time for that. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Lee, for your insightful presentation. Please give applause to Professor Lee. There are some highlight notes from Professor Lee's presentation. First, integrated pest management is the essential part for sustainability in urban planning, and one of the key activities of integrated pest management is inspection. Second, the biggest challenge for sustainability urban pest management is are limited awareness, coordination, cooperation, lack of sustainable and long-lasting solution, and budget constraints. And the key solution for these problems actually starts from building a sustainable design for urban living. That's a very exciting topic to discuss for sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, we still have 10 minutes for Q&A session. With that, I will call on two participants in this room to ask directly to Professor Lee, please raise your hand and wait until I invite you to speak. Okay, the first question will be from the left side and the second question will be from the right side. Okay, the first question, please. Please briefly introduce yourself and then deliver your question concisely.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Niki Aulia Putri and I go by Niki. I am from Biology Education Study Program from the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. So, sir, I would like to ask about, based on your presentation, I learned about some new things like the slum population that quite common in major cities in Asia. One of it is in Indonesia. And now I would like to ask about the condition in East Kalimantan itself, where we know that the government will move the capital city from Jakarta to Kalimantan, especially in Sepaku region. East Kalimantan will be the forestry and also smart city. And before you mentioned about the preventive way, then the cure way. So we know that in East Kalimantan, the vegetation is still nature. And maybe with the movement of the capital city, it will impact the ecosystem massively. So I would like to ask about your explanation about what is the greatest way and the sustainable approach that's suitable with the new capital city condition in East Kalimantan. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Please,
For the question, thank you so much, Nikki. Now that is one difficult question to answer. It is a huge question. I don't think I have the complete answer for that, but I can probably tell you a little bit about what is going to happen. Okay, I don't have the solution to something that could potentially happen in 10 years, but I can let you know what I would anticipate it to happen. Now, when you move to a new location, you are going to start clearing forests. You are going to start, clearing lands in order to ensure that the cities is being established. Now, I think one of the most important aspect when it comes to that is proper planning. Now, I think proper planning is probably the most essential. So a lot of times cities are built very, very close to the forested area. And I think that has always been an issue when cities are built too close to the forested area. And if the forested area in the past has lots of wildlife and so on, that potentially could actually impact what is happening in the city later. So there are, of course, other examples that we have seen in other countries, for example, in China, that people have actually built new cities, but in a more sustainable manner. So what they have done is they actually have relocation of many of the wildlife during the building of these cities. And they allow what we call a zone between the forests and the cities. And this zone is allowing the movement of the wildlife within that zone, but it is preventing the wildlife from coming into the city. So in other words, this so-called wildlife still have these so-called non-developed zone to roam around. And that has proven in a very successful manner to reduce the incidence of man-wildlife interaction, that could potentially happen. Now, with regards to building new buildings, because the building has not been built, you can actually place a lot of physical barrier before you construct the building that will prevent pest invasion later, especially termites. Termites is also a problem in the forest, okay? But you can't blame the termite. When you start taking over where they live, they have to find somewhere to live too. okay? And then you will end up, of course, they will end up going to your house, and of course, you know, causing issues with that impact. So one way out, of course, is before you actually construct the building, you actually have this physical barrier in place. And that is the best time. And this physical barrier can be made from stainless steel mesh. It can also be made of certain size of rocks, okay, or granites that will prevent the penetration by the insects or termites. And that has been proven successfully in many, many different countries where they construct a new cities based on using that aspects. I'm not sure whether I entirely answered that question. It will probably take me a long time in order to address every single issue, but this is probably just two of the aspects that I can relate on within very short period of time. So if you would like to talk more, you can always email me. I'm going to put my email address in the chat, and then email me forward later, okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Lim. And the second question, please.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chairman. So I am Enos from Forestry Faculty. Thank you, Prof. Yongli, for nice talk about about warning us about the increasing or climate change, which is insect will increase, or maybe also disease will spread out easily. Thank you for that one. So my question is, actually, natural already give us some plants or some natural things to prevent or to fight with some disease or something. So is there any natural or plants that use in Singapore or something that can be prevent for mosquito or something? Because you saw us in your slide about some buildings in Singapore, they planted some plants in high hotels on high sky garden like that one. So is there any plants or any nature that can be inhibit or can be prevent from mosquito or insect in naturally, for example, in Singapore? Do you have any idea or any information about that kind of situation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is a good question. Unfortunately, no. Okay, so you can have some plants that is repelling mosquito, but not other pests. While you have some other plants that will repel other pests, but not all the pests. And this is the situation. Okay, so some plants, for example, you know, like that produce citronella smell, you know, or compound that could potentially repel some of the flying insects. But they will not be effective against cockroaches. They will not be effective against ants. They will not be effective against termites. At the same time, you may have some plants that are anti-termites, but they are not effective against mosquitoes. So this is the dilemma that we are facing in. If we could find a plant or a group of plants that is effective against all, then I think tomorrow I will be out of job already. I don't have to do any more pest management. Unfortunately, you know, we have never, we have not yet, okay, or at least I should say, of course, you know, in our you know, natural environment, there are many different wild plants that has been found to maybe shown insecticide repellency effect towards certain group of insects. Okay, a good one, of course, you know, I mean, most of you would know serai. Okay, serai is actually an excellent plant if you want to use it to repel mosquito. Okay, if you go into the wild, you want to prevent mosquito bite, you just take the serai and rub it over your skin at least before you start sweating heavily, mosquito will not come close to you. But is serai effective against cockroaches or termites? No, they will not. Yeah, that's the situation. I hope I answer your question. Right.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lee, and thank you, Prof. Enos, if I'm not mistaken, for the question. Maybe I will invite one more question from the audience. Is there any more question? No? Okay. With that, I think we reached the end of our session. It's really an exciting discussion, but we are out of time and we need to wrap this up. Yes, Professor?
I saw a question in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want me to answer it, or I can actually answer it later after
yes.
this? I can answer it inside the chat. If you do not have the time, I can answer.
No, we have time for your answer, please, Professor.
Okay. Okay, let me read the question out in case the audience could not see the chat. I'm a student in Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science. I would like to ask, what do you think happens if a civilization is conceptualized to unite with nature? What happens? In this development project, it is clear to use the term smart city, which may be just an appendage. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what this question is asking. I think you are asking whether it is possible to merge nature with development. Well, it is possible to merge nature with development if we all could accept living with pests, okay, and accepting that it is perfectly fine once in a while to get dengue. It is perfectly okay if the buildings are infested with cockroaches or damaged by termites and so on, because that is something that will eventually happen if we want to actually merge between development and nature. But human beings are very, very selfish animal. Okay, I say animal because we are basically classified under Animalia. So we do not want to share whatever our resources with another organism, and that's where the conflict starts. Okay, so if for those people who actually live in the forest, they could accept that other organisms or other pests or other animals living with them is normal. But in this situation, if you are going to talk about in the cities where you have pests living together with you, then you must be able to embrace that concept, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on where you are. For sure, I can accept seeing 100 ants in my house, but not my wife. Okay, so different people will have different tolerance, and that's where this so-called urban pest management become interesting, because every one of us are different, and some of us could accept, some of us could not, and that's where this conflict starts. I hope I answer your question, Midran. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Lee, for your answer. Again, many thanks to Professor Lee for a wonderful presentation and all attendees for your kind attention. Please give applause for the Professor Lee and for you all. I hope we can meet again in another chance from Mula Warman University. I'm Ainun, your moderator. See you later and thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ainun. Bye-bye.
Bye, Professor. Thank you.
As we can see now, here is the online certificate for Mr. Chow Young Lee. For the third keynote speaker will be delivered by Dr. Rernat Suseno Amin from Pajajaran University with the title Studies of Genotype and Environment Interaction on Stevia Breeding Program. This third keynote speaker session will be moderated by Professor Dr. Enos Tangke Arong, Shut MP.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? Is it fine? Yeah, hopefully we are still in good condition. Even COVID still spread among us. Yeah. Just please use your mask, please. Yeah, this morning we will continue with the keynote speaker. So I will read the CV or curriculum vitae. Name is Suseno Amin. The education is bachelor from Pajajaran University and doctor course is from German, Hamburg, Germany. Okay. And postdoctoral is in University Regensburg, Germany, 2010. So there is many selected papers he already write, and you can search in or googling or find it in the internet. You can find it, and then some of patents already granted and also registered. There is 3 patents. One is about production plantlet stevia culture share in vitro, 2020. So there is also some books written by Pak Suseno in 2003 and 2014. And there is some other activity already done by Pak Suseno. If I read all the things, so it will be wasting the time. So now we are start for hearing the talk from Dr. Suseno. For the time, Suseno, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Enos. So it is a big chance for me to introduce our research. So in connection with environmental and adaptation. So I hope that can you see the wait a moment. Have you seen the screen? So have you seen the presentation, everybody? Okay, the title is Studies of Genotype and Environment Interaction on Stevia Ribuana Berdoni breeding program. So as we know that the climate change is really a big problem if we cannot adapt to this event. So we know that living things are connected to their physical surrounding Ecosystems are affected by change in temperature, rainfall, moisture, pH, and also salinity. But the most of climate change in the current era is a result of human activities. So increased concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And also these gases trap the heat and cause the earth to warm. So based on the Paris Climate Agreement, there is a three part or have to aware about this. First is limitation, the average global temperature increase to less than 2 degrees centigrade and positive achieve net zero emission by mid-century. And secondly, enhance resilience and adaptation to climate impacts certain to occurs. And third, align financial flow in the world with this objective. So it is important for us to provide food security, but the challenge in the climate change, the breeder also have to design the variety or super variety suitable for the food and also feed and also for medicine. So the availability of sustainable food in an area needs to be anticipated on the status of genetic diversity of species in the region, environment, and the availability technological capacity. So there is some technology that science and technology to breed variety. First, go to hybridization, mutation, polyploidy, tissue culture, transgenic, and genome editing. So in the box, this genetically modified has tried. There is until now there is 31 related to yield, health, plant disease, and plant performance, and 16 from then this tolerance to or adaptation to climate change, for instance, the insect resistant and also herbicide resistant, and now 8 genetically modified organism. There is 8, for instance, abiotic stress tolerance, altered growth yield, disease resistant, herbicide tolerance, insect resistant, modified product quality, nematode resistant, and pollination control system. So in this chance, I will introduce our research about the stevia. Stevia is belonging to the Asteraceae, native to Paraguay. Indonesia has limited varieties since 1972. And stevia also is non-cariogenic sweetener, anti-hyperglycemic, anti-hypersensitive, anti-tumor, diarrhea, inflammatory, and also immune modulatory effect. So as natural sweeteners derived from sugarcane, palm and palm sugar, sweet and synthetic sweeteners, saccharin and cyclamate, constrained in supply of the sweeteners, low production of sugarcane, and the lack of sugarcane plantation. So in Indonesia, it's really limited the number of variety containing heat content stevia. That's why we try to to study the genotype with high yield and stability in various environments, serve as key parameter expected by researchers, farmer, and industrial. Leaf yield stability is one of the essential genotypic parameters in stevia. It is necessary to select the stevia genotype in its environment to obtain area-specific genotype, and the test for leaf yield stability to know the genotype that can adapt to various environments. So, as material method, the plant material comprises 31 stevias. genotype, 16 genotype obtained through mutation, with 5 from ethyl methasulfonate or EMS and 11 from gamma ray, with doses between 3 until 7.5 kilorad, and 12 genotype attained through hybridization and pre-check cultivars. Relocation in West Java, Indonesia serve as study areas for the leaf yield stability in Bandung, Cibodas Village, Ciwidey District, and Sumedang, Jatinangor Sumedang, and Garut, Mekarsari Village, Cikajang District. So the 3 environment used are stevia development areas in West Java, Indonesia. The experiment at each location set up randomized complete block design with the 3 replication during 2019. The plot size used measured 2.5 meter square with the spacing of 25 centimeter by 25 centimeter. Its plot consists 200 plants from its genotype. So in the table in the right side, it is in detail the code of genotypes. Consists of mutation, crosses, and check cultivar. So I will show you also the methodological data and soil properties of the study. Location of West Java in Indonesia, in Bandung, the coordinate, and Sumedang and Garut, the coordinate altitude for Bandung, 1,100 and 530 for Sumedang, and 1,200 for Garut. And also we check also the temperature and humidity, also soil ordo, pH, carbon content, nitrogen, and CN ratio, and also phosphorus. So we're planting in this area, and it is the sample that all genotypes have different morphologies, also root system, and of course, it's the leaf as object of this experiment is really important because the stevia officida or sweetener 200 times 210 sugarcane sweetener. So, and the next slide is so it is the performance of the another stevia what we have. So it is from radiation gamma ray, and it is also I can show you that the genetic from mutation with different performance. So the results showed that combined ANOVA of the stevia genotypes in the 3 environment of West Java, Indonesia, we can see here that environmental it is contribution to total variance is 92.38%, and also it is interaction PCA 1. It is 91.32%, and here also if interaction PCA2 is around 8.67%. But the genotype it is lower than others, 2.43%. So it is the table. The table. The yield potential of stevia genotype in its environment in West Java. So in Bandung, the potential is 39.71 milligram per hectare, and then in Sumedang 24.27, and Garut it is the highest 135.67. So in the table 2, it is showed the AMI1 B plot for the stevia genotype in 3 environmental of West Java. As can you see here, that is in Garut, and it is Sumedang and Bandung. So this showed that different spreading of genotype Bandung's modern areas is different. And then we can show that the AMI 1B plot using the EPCA1 scores of the yield from the tested stevia genotype provided the differences among the genotypes in terms of position and length of yield. And interaction PCA1 score, yeah, yield line also showed here that in the B plot, the genotype and the environmental, that what was to right side of the vertical line has higher average yield than those in the left. The horizontal line show the stability of genotype, and if the genotype position set close to that line, then it was declared as stable. So we can show here that the stevia genotype in the right side position include G2, G3, G5, etc. In figure 2, also showed that environment or location Garut placed on the right of the stability line. And the stevia genotype at that location showed that the highest average leaf yield than other two locations. So in the next slide, I would like to show you that, wait. So in the table 5, we can look here that grand mean of yield, AMI stability value, and genotype stability index, GSE, of stevia genotype in the tree environmental of West Java. So from ISF, the AMI stability value, it showed that G11 and also in GSI, or genotype stability index, is also G11. It is showed that this genotype is really stable for this data. So in the figure 3, we can look that here also in Garut and also Bandung have angel is higher. That's mean the prospect of this genotype can be developed in the next future to choose or to screen the new genotype. In figure 4, GGAB plot representative and phase discriminativeness of the stevia genotype in three environmental of West Java, Indonesia showed that the location Bandung can be used as suitable and representative environment for testing and selecting superior stevia. Garut has a longer factor but has a larger angel, so that it can be used for selecting specific genotype adaptive to specific environment. Meanwhile, the location Sumedang proves that unsuitable environment for testing the stevia genotype because it has shortest vector. So in the table 5, the which one where GGB plot showed that the environment got divided into 7 vectors. So G23 lead all genotype at Garut, followed by genotype G12 at Sumedang. And genotype G15 at location Bandung. These genotypes had the highest leaf yield in their respective environments. Stevia genotype G5, G9, G21, and G27 showed the most stable genotype because their approach to the sector access point. So I hope this result can be in more detail and we can discuss later on if there is some question. And as the conclusion of this experiment, that the genotype, environment, and genotype interaction and environmental interaction effect have a significant impact, on the stevia yield, leaf yield, with the contribution 2.43%, 92.38%, and 5.20% to the total variation, respectively. The three selected stevia genotype had the highest leaf yield and showed stability in the three environment, namely G2, Tawangmu AMS mutant number A, and G11, Bogor mutant with gamma radiation, and hybrid G27, Garut cross with Bogor 3. Location Bandung proved as ideal environment for selecting the stable and yielding stevia genotype, while the location Garut revealed a suitable environment for selecting the area-specific genotype. So the further research we have to do is to analyze the sweetener properties at different location and season. Then I hope for the new capital city in Indonesia, also the for vegetable plant, also staple food paddy, for instance, this can be used as model to design a new cultivar in the plant. Thank you.
Big applause for presentation from Dr. Suseno. This is the time to question and answer. Please, if you have some question, please raise your hand. If you have, we are talking about stevia. I think, do you know stevia, right? Stevia is natural sweetener. It will be future sugar, yeah, it will be future sweetener, because many kind of function that already mentioned by Pak Suseno about stevia, anti-tumor, and also many kind of anti, but not anti-miskin, yeah. So if you have some question, please. Yeah, we talk about natural sweetener this time. From left side and middle side and also right side. You have some question? I think they don't tested the natural sweetener. Yeah, they just tested the brown sugar. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, to compare. That's why no question from the floor. So I have any question. So you just mentioned about the high yield of the stevia when you plant it in Sumedang, right? So my question, is it related with the altitude and also with the soil? Because different soil type, right? There is two type of the soil. Okay, please, why is it high yield compared with Bandung and also the other place, or Garut?
Yeah, it is important that altitude is actually high effect to yield. Yeah, to yield. In Garut and also in Bandung,
yes,
more than 800 meters from above the sea level.
Okay.
It is mostly the yield is more higher. But why in Jatinangor Sumedang it is a little bit
Lower, yeah.
lower.
Yeah, 500.
Yeah, it is the strategy actually. If there is the genotype is the same or stable in the tree area, it is can be the result or yield, it will be the same in this area. Because if we plant in the higher level of place, the altitude, it is will be competitive with the vegetable crop. For instance, potatoes and some vegetable also for tea and tea and also the some vegetable like yeah, mostly it's potatoes. Mostly potatoes can be competitor with stevia. It is the idea.
Stevia. So how about the sugar level? So about the content of sugar, if you, for example, from Garut, Bandung, and also Sumedang,
Yeah.
because stevia is manis and ada pahit-pahitnya.
Yeah.
like advertisement ya.
Yeah.
Oh, ada ya ada manis-manisnya. Kalau stevia we can call ada pahit-pahitnya. Sweet and bitter.
Yeah,
That's
bitter.
very interesting one.
Yeah, the bitter taste is because stevia, we have some technology how to avoid this bitter taste.
The bitter taste.
So now we can get the pure stevia without the bitter taste. So, and also the yield, of course, this is contribute to the altitude and also the
Soil condition.
soil condition.
Okay.
So, but the most important thing, the potential of genetic is really important.
Yeah.
If the genetic has a huge capacity to express the stevia, so the stevia content, ribosida, for instance, or M, it is really important.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any question from the floor? Okay, please.
Good morning, sir. My name is Ade Fikri from informatics major from Mulaban University. I want to ask a question. Is stevia plant is potential as commodity in Kalimantan? Thank you.
Yeah. As I know that in some villages in Banjarmasin, there is some stevia there. But of course, this is the idea. Why I have to introduce this stevia in Samarinda? Because I will try and make a collaboration with Mula Warman to screening the genotype. We have actually 42 genotypes. So maybe 1 or 5 from this genotype is suitable in this area on the Samarinda. So that's why I think the altitude also some of area in here is suitable, and some of andosol soil there is some area I found it here. So I hope with 42 genotype, I will try here and can be in later on. So in Samarinda, there is a stevia specific location for Samarinda and can support food security in the new capital city of Indonesia.
Thank you. Is there any question from the floor? Left side or right side? Okay. Fine. We still have many times, right? We still have plenty.
Cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Teguh from Biology Education. Sir, based on your explanation, if by any chance we bring and apply its research to Kalimantan, can it's the potential for IKN? Because we can know that the resource in Kalimantan different with West Java. And maybe you could explain any factor and the development of in the stevia if we apply in Kalimantan, because the farming system in Kalimantan conventional. Explain in Spaku, a farmer plant a sawit and karet, but how development stevia in system Kalimantan? Thank you, sir.
So we can also design that with the have 42 genotypes, we can also select them also for intensity of light. Yeah. We also try in the Bandung, there is some in the forest and also the coffee plant there. So we put we plant there between this forest tree and also tea. So we can multi-cropping. So with multi-cropping system, agroforestry system. So we can plant in between the stevia there. So we can develop and we can breed and we can screening and we can design this stevia between in the sawit plantation.
Yeah. Do you? Okay. Yeah. If you don't have agreed, just after this you can discuss. Yeah.
We can discuss and make experiment, and we can do that. Of course, we can find the new cultivar from.
I think this is very interesting because we can plant it stevia between sawit or stevia between karet. Yeah. Agroforestry. We call agroforestry system.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any question? We have some. Yeah. Anyway, Pak Suseno.
Okay.
How much per 1 kilo of stevia, the price? Because I heard people who planted stevia in Gorontalo, the price is $2 to $3 per kilo. I'm not so sure. So I just heard the rumors. How about now?
Actually, this with there is a different type of stevia. So like a tea.
Yeah.
Like a tea and a pure stevia.
Okay.
The pure stevia can be 1 kilo, this more $10.
Okay.
And also with a pure stevia, this can be $20 or $30.
$30, ya. Kalau stevia murni itu 20 sampai $30 ya per kilo. Kalau yang apa? Teh itu ya, oke, 16.000 12.000. Oke. That's a good price I think ya, Pak ya. How many months we can harvest it? Oke. 3 sampai 4 bulan. After 3-4 months we can harvest it ya, bisa dipanen. Jadi this is the chance for economic financial when we living near the forest or near the plantation of palm oil or karet, rubber, so we can plant it between them. We can get another money, additional money from stevia. That's interesting one. Is there any questions? So before
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Alam dari the Faculty of Cultural Sciences. Actually, in terms of the food security, actually it is interest to ask deeply in terms of how big this plant can support the food security in Indonesia, whether it is just focused for particular island or lands, or whether can be separate, can be in all part of Indonesia. It looks like that. Thank you very much.
So there is one big problem. Because the population is always increased, but and also the existence of soil, it is also limited. So the key of this to solve the problem is the new cultivar with good adaptation in the climates and also in the salinity and pH, low pH or high pH, and also the drug tolerance plan. So the food security also, there is a tree, how to access the food, and also there is a provider, and also easy to get the food. And then third is the content of the plant. For instance, from a vitamin, for instance, and also the component for health. It is the factors that are really important. So another thing is also the supply chains is very important for this to assure or to guarantee that the food security is safe.
Okay, thank you, Pak Alam. Is there any question? Just one. So we will, after one question, so we will close. Left side, okay. So stevia, Pak Suseno, stevia can combine with anything, or some question in Zoom chat. Okay, please, Pak.
So there is in the chat room from Midland. So I am student from Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science of Mula Warman University. I want to ask you that what do you think happen if civilization is concentrated into, I couldn't. Civilization is conceptualized to a unit with nature. What happens in this development project? It is clear to use the entity which may be just an appendage. So I think we really hope, yeah, the green city, it's a really challenge of our planet. So I think it's possible for instant the water treatment and also water use and energy, also the buildings. So the plan also have to be efficiency in the to use sunlight to high photosynthesis capacity. So we can design it, then we can start from ourselves how to use the energy and efficiency to use food, and also how to make a zero waste system in our, for instance, for ourselves and also in the family and also society. I think this.
Okay, thank you, Pak Suseno. Yeah, please big applause for Pak Suseno. Thank you very much for this talk today. And then I will close this session. So hopefully, based on this talk, it will be open our thinking or our mind about the chance to be participate in IKN, yeah, IKN progress. We can what kind of we can involve in this IKN project. So many kind of project we can involve even by individual or also by group, so we can participate inside. So thank you, Pak Suseno, for the nice talk today, and give us some insight about stevia. This is the future sugar, yeah. Many people said this is future sugar with some medicinal function, I think. So thank you again, and thank you for audience with the response and question and answer. Thank you. If you're not satisfied with the answer, please just discuss or meet with the Pak Suseno, and then you can discuss. Until you agree or satisfied with the answer. Thank you very much. I give the time to the master ceremony. Please, Bu Mbak Safira.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for Mr. Susano Amin. And before we continue to the next session, here we hand over the plaque from us by Mr. Enos to Mr. Suseno. And the certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, we invite all of you to have a lunch break. Please take notes that we will continue our conference at 1:30 p.m. for the last plenary session or the fourth keynote speaker and parallel session for oral presentation 1 and also poster presentation. For all the participants and the presenters, lunch will be served in this ballroom. And for the keynote speaker, invited guest, we will serve the lunch at the table. Thank you. Please enjoy your lunch.
Informasi kepada seluruh partisipan, untuk sertifikat konferensi akan diberikan besok pada akhir acara. Terima kasih. Speaker session, which will be delivered by Dr. Muhammad Ilman, Director of Indonesia's Ocean Program, Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara. The session will be moderated by Husna Syaima SSI MSI.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable the keynote speakers, honorable the invited speakers, and all the participants. Thank you very much for the Master of Ceremony who has given me time to moderate this plenary session. And in this section, we have our valuable keynote speaker. As we know that mangrove can use to reduce carbon emission, but mangrove also can be utilized for other purposes. So today we will discuss more about that from our valuable speaker that has 20 years experiences, 20 years, imagine. He's an expert in leading design and management of various complex international collaboration related to the ocean and terrestrial ecosystem management in Indonesia, Timor-Leste, and Australia. But before we listen the explanation, let me introduce our speaker. He's from Yayasan Konservasi Alam Indonesia. He studied at Bogor Agricultural University, or now called IPB University, for bachelor and master degree. And he earned his PhD at School of Earth and Environmental Science, University of Queensland, Australia. And he has various experiences in environmental fields, ranging from mangrove expert, NGO, to commercial agriculture, to be trusted to involve in various activities ranging from UNDP, the USAID, and Wetlands International Indonesia. Now he is currently entrusted with the position of Chair of Advisory Board at People Peace Forest Indonesia. And also, he is a Director of Indonesia Ocean Program at Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nusantara. In this section, the speaker will have 45 minutes to explain and then continue for the discussion section for 15 minutes. So to Dr. Muhammad Ilman, time is yours.
So thank you very much. Good afternoon, selamat sore, Bapak, Ibu. It's an honor to be able to speak here today. My deep gratitude to the organizer, especially Bu Devi, who actually invited me to join this. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And for all honorable speakers, yeah, thank you. Today, we just finished our lunch today, so probably there is a feeling of laziness. That's normal. It's understandable. We have a full stomach right now, but I hope my presentation today will not add more lazy feeling to all of us. All right, you can see here on the screen, anybody wants to voluntarily say what is this? I heard Earth, yeah? Let me ask you a question. What is the most pressing environmental issues that we have on Earth right now? Anybody wants to volunteer? What is the most pressing environmental issue, environmental challenge, or problems that we are now facing, yeah, related to our Earth?
Global warming, sir.
Global warming, very good, yeah? So this is easy answer. I mean, global warming issue is everywhere. Yeah, we immediately said, "Wow, our problem is global warming." So anything, yeah, we saw earlier, Dr. Lee or Professor Lee from University of California. One of the main part of his presentation is about climate change. Yeah, so we always related to that. But I want to discuss something else today. Can we go the next page? Yeah. Yeah. So we will talk not about really about global warming, but something related to the marine pollution. Next, yeah. And why? Because we have a huge area of mangrove, and mangrove has a very critical role in marine pollution. Let me show you. Oops. So you are right. Yeah. When we talk about, we'll go down. Yeah. When we talk about climate change, yeah, mangrove or any environmental issue, this will always become the first to our mind. Climate change mitigation or adaptation, anything related to global climate change, yeah, global warming. And then that's true, because if you go to, you write here in the Google, yeah, in search engine, climate change, you will see 2 billion. Within half second, you will see 2 billion results. But if you put environmental pollution, you will have less than half billion of the results. And if you put mangrove as a climate change, related to the climate change, you will have 9 million results within less than half second. But if you put mangrove plastic pollutions, less than 2 million. So very low. Yeah, it's always, climate change is always on top of our mind. But do you think pollution is less important than climate change? Unfortunately, not. These are also a very dangerous thing for a human being. You can see here, this is, I took this somewhere in Mahakam Delta. You see the pollution is very, very problematic. Yeah, and this is dangerous because plastic pollution particularly is very durable. Means you cannot easily digest. I mean, the environment cannot easily digest the plastic. It will be there for hundreds of years. And we continue to put this plastic into our environment. But less attention to this. That's why there is less studies about plastic pollution and its impact on the environment compared to the studies about climate change. Yeah. And I put here early studies show that actually it can disrupt the carbon nutrient cycles. It can change the habitat. It can have biological impact on the environment, especially on the species, not to mention ecotoxicity and also social impact. So it's very dangerous also. We have to consider that. Plastic has been produced since 12 something, but it seems that it gained a very huge production during the 80 something, yeah, 80-20s. You see this English name is gata perca. Ini kalau di bahasa Indonesia disebutnya getah perca. Ini sejenis tanaman, a kind of trees that produce materials that looks like now what we have plastic. In the past, this is the first, perhaps the first plastic. Yeah, it was produced in Southeast Asia, getah perca. This used to protect undersea cable. So cable from the England, from the United Kingdom, go to all of the British colony that revolutionized the way we communicate in the past, thanks to getah perca, which is growing in our place. And that's perhaps the beginning of the plastic. And after Second World War, 500,000 tons of plastic produced per year, and that's become nearly 500 million now. So increase without anything can stop that. Yeah. And so how it is in the context of our discussion today? So all this plastic, there are many types of plastic. Yeah, there are microfibers, microbeads, microfilms, and microfoams. Yeah, coming from domestic wastewater. Today, many of us drink aqua or water bottle. Yeah, or use cosmetics. Yeah, and without knowingly that actually we are contribute to this plastic. All this will go to the sea, yeah, and pollute our aquatic biodiversity, aquatic biota. And this can be eaten by fish, crabs, planktons, and stay in the bodies of these organisms. You can see here that this plastic can be directly digested by detritus, and from detritus eaten by phytoplankton, by zooplankton, or also by bigger plankton that eat the organisms, and at the end, eaten by fish. So the plastic that we use today, for example, from the soap, yeah, go to the river, and then go to the sea, and then get into the fish, and at the end, stays inside the fish meat, and then we eat this fish and get back into our body. So we produce plastics, and then this plastic go all the way to the oceans, and then get back into our dinner, into our plate, dinner plate, and then we eat them. So that's the plastics that we are not really know, yeah, because we are busy talking about climate change, and many of us forget about the plastics. Plastics can get into our body, yeah, either through by eating that ingestion, yeah, we eat this plastic, or by inhalation. So we somehow get into our lung, and then this will create impact into our body. There is not much research on this, but if you probably aware, some days or weeks ago, we read so many information regarding the baby, yeah, infant that has kidneys problems, and nobody know the cause that. Currently, we suspect those are because of the kind of medicines, yeah, syrups, obat that eaten by this or drink by the kids. But there is a possibility that maybe also the plastic contribute on that, because you can see here the potential health impact according to this research is impairment of liver and kidney function. And we don't know yet. Plastic is already inside our body. So let's go to the mangroves. It turns out that mangrove actually the one who make less plastic in the oceans. Every day we throw plastics, yeah, either through the big one like the relaxa, paper bags, aquas, bottles, or through our cosmetics. Yeah? Because of the mangrove, some of these plastics not reach the oceans, not pollute the oceans. It stopped in the mangrove. Why? Because naturally, the mangrove roots actually stop the sediments coming from the land. And then, because they stop that, those plastics are buried inside into the soil and become microplastic. But this is only very few research about this. And many aspects of this still unknown. And this is also another research, so that because of this plastic, the plastic could kill those mangrove, even though the research showed that if it's still somewhere around 50% coverage, mangrove can still survive. But if the roots cover totally with the plastic, 100%, that may actually kill the mangrove. This is our experience, one of our experience in Tarakan. Yeah? Anyone from Tarakan? Okay. This is the Pasar Bom Panjang, yeah, in Tarakan. Mangrove here is difficult to grow. You can see here. This used to be mangrove, but it's difficult, very difficult to grow. Only this one remaining mangrove there. The other one, yeah, not able to grow. This is in 2017, the picture in 2017. And usually, if you see mangrove like this, the best way to approach this, yeah, is by start planting the mangrove. But
the government, the community already planned this, but it's always failed. And then we find out that actually because of the soil is covered fully by plastics. And then when we take out this plastic, took out this plastic, the water become normal again, the mangrove come back without planting. So basically the mangrove grow by itself without planting. That is why it's very important, yeah, to maintain, to keep the plastic away from the mangrove as well. Yeah, this is a result that plastic is not just coming from us, yeah, in our daily activity, but also coming from the fisheries, yeah, capture fisheries activities like this. Yeah, you see on the, I think this is somewhere in a fish auction or TPI, where plastic is very much used in selling the fish. Yeah, you can see here also. Yeah, and plastic is not the problem, local problems. It's a global problem. This is one of our research here in Wakatobi, Southeast Sulawesi. We did a research collecting all this plastic that stranded into the beach here. And we found out that actually most of these plastics is actually not from Wakatobi, but from outside Wakatobi, even not from Indonesia. Yeah? You see here, coming from Ambon, Maluku, and Java during the west season, during the east season, yeah, musim timur, and then between east season to west season, coming from Vietnam, and during the west season, those plastic is actually coming from Malaysia. So this is not a local problem; it's a global problem. Yeah, this is an example of our research about plastic in Muara Angke. You can see here that most of the microplastic can be found in the Muara Angke Marga Satwa Reserve, yeah, here in the mangrove, and lower percentage in housing complex. So less plastic in the housing complex, but large plastic in mangrove. Why? Because this mangrove is actually catch those plastic that coming from the housing complex. So how big the current situations? It's very big. Yeah, this is around 8,000 million metric tons have been produced until I think this is 2017, and with all these plastics, only 9% that recycle. So if you see the bottles, recycle your plastic, recycle your water bottle, actually only cover 9% of the total plastic, yeah, and only 12% that incinerated. The remaining one, nearly 80%, accumulated in the natural environment, including in our oceans. Perhaps, ya, ada yang pernah melihat ikut terlibat bersih pantai, beach cleaning, ya, plastic beach cleaning. Many of you maybe, yeah, and you probably also saw on the television there is a big ship collecting the plastic on the oceans. Do you think that's the best way that can reduce significantly plastic if all of us go to the beach and collect the plastic? Or there is a big ship collecting the plastic that's floating around the oceans? The answer is not. That's not will solve the plastic problems. Why? Because you can see here, yeah, you can see here that 94% of the plastic pollution is actually already in the bottom of the sea. So what we collect on the beach, yeah, through there's a program bersih pantai, yeah, or ships that collecting the plastic in the oceans, is only cover a tiny percent of the plastic problems. So it is good, all this activity is good for awareness campaign, yeah, to increase our awareness about plastic problems, but that alone will not solve the problem of the plastic. Because, yeah, what we do, what if it's very big, perhaps only cover 6% of the total plastic that floating or stay in the beach. 94% is already in the bottom of the sea. So, this is the last. This is illustrate what we currently doing with our plastic. If you get into the bathroom, ya, kalau masuk ke kamar mandi dan melihat water tap is flowing, overflowing, and all the bathroom is flooded, what you are going to do? Anyone wants to volunteer? There is an option here. You see the bathroom flood, and you start mapping, mulai melakukan pemetaan area yang terendam air. Is that gonna stop the water? Tidak kan? Terus, oke, kita recycle airnya. Ya, didaur ulang, dipakai mandi lagi ini. Tidak. Kalau gitu kita mop, ya, apa namanya mop ini? Dipel. Tidak akan menyelesaikan persoalan. Nah, semua ketiga inilah yang kurang lebih kita lakukan saat ini. These are all the things that we do to solve the plastic problems. We do the mapping, yeah. We recycle the plastic, or we take the plastic from the beach, yeah. These are all we're doing, but it will not solve the problems. The way to solve the problem is to stop the tap water. We have to stop that, because if you cannot stop that, no matter how hard you do this, it will not solve the problem. Yeah. So that's I think the last part of my presentation. I hope we can get some inspiration to do this. Yeah. So from now on, maybe we start ourselves to start stopping the water flow from the tap water by reducing the use of plastic as much as possible that we can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Dr. Ilman for our valuable explanation. And from the talk, I believe that it can increase our awareness about the plastic pollution. That maybe the plastic pollution now have about 70% covered our land, not only just in the ocean. And also maybe we have to realize that our everyday activities can give the plastic pollution contribution. So thank you very much for Dr. Ilman. And the next session is question and answer session. So maybe any one of you who have a question about the explanation, maybe can raise your hand and mention your name and institution.
It seems we don't have participants, foreign participant, I think, ya. So feel free to speak bahasa Indonesia.
Yeah, please.
Ya, kita campur saja. Partisipannya juga saya rasa semua sudah bahasa Indonesia semua. Ya, kalau memang ada pertanyaan, silahkan, ya, please. Welcome.
Oh yeah, please. Or maybe 2 questions.
Okay.
And maybe 3 questions first, okay?
Okay,
Please.
thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ilman, for coming and giving us the information in terms of the plastic pollution. I was thinking that the main problem at the moment is global warming, and based on your information, it's going to be plastic pollution. Okay, nice things to discuss actually. Okay, you already explained those 3 steps in terms of mapping, recycling, and then more. Those 3 things that you say already apply by every single country. So based on your experience in terms of doing this, what actually that we need to do? By having those 3 things, then you say that's not enough at the moment to solve the problem in terms of the plastic pollution. Okay, that's my question. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Mr. Edmund can directly answer.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak. Dengan Pak.
Okay, my name is Alam Shah.
Yeah, Pak Alamsah. Yeah, yeah, that's exactly the challenge now. Yeah, because it's very difficult. It's already on the oceans. It's already on the bottom of the sea. It's already in the fish. It's already everywhere. And unfortunately, not many attention this. There are, for climate change, we have COP, yeah, Conference of Party. We have convention, big convention for climate change. But for the plastic pollution is still, yeah, there is also Basel Convention and so on, but not really as big as climate change. And unfortunately, climate change is important, but it should not make our attention to the plastic problems become less important. Yeah, we don't know, because climate change, you can adapt that, but plastic, if it's already inside your body, it's a very problematic. We don't know what to do right now, especially because the research is very minimum. So what we can do, yeah, because recycle is not will not solve the problems. Take back from the yeah, all these efforts we do will not solve the problems. I think the best way, as I mentioned earlier, is to stop the use of this undegradable plastic. That's why I confront, I asked Ibu Deputy Environmental, yeah, for Ibu Kota Negara, yeah, to make the vision of waste management become more serious, bold. Yeah, we should be less or zero plastic use in our Ibu Kota Nusantara. Because if you still using the minimum target, it is very difficult. Our capacity to take back the plastic from the environment far less compared to the amount of plastic that we use right now to pollute, yeah, that polluting the environment. So we should, as much as possible, reduce the use of plastic. And what we are currently doing, I don't think that's sufficient. Several cities already very advanced by banning single-use plastic, ya, kantong plastik dilarang di banyak kota, but that's not enough. We need a clear guidelines, a clear roadmap to end the use of plastic, non-degradable plastic. I think that's yeah, perhaps for me, yeah, the way to move forward.
Okay, may I give the additional?
Yeah,
okay.
Please. Yes.
Okay, well, that you have just explained in terms of some countries already success in preventing how to reduce the plastic. How could we do as well in Indonesia? At least to near with the system that apply in those countries that are already success in doing that one. Based on you, because you already explained, means that you have already known a little bit things in terms of the regulation apply with those countries. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Of course. Yeah, many countries, I think, in the right direction. Yeah, not fully create like net zero use of plastic, but I think many cities, yeah, maybe cities, relevant cities is already on the right track. Yeah, for example, our neighbor Singapore, you can see they are more serious, I would say, compared to most of our cities. We also have a very good example cities, yeah, that starting to be more serious. Like as I mentioned earlier, there are many cities like Bogor, my place, is already banning plastic, single-use plastic. I think Surabaya also have a very interesting approach. Yeah, you can pay bus. I think I read on the news. You can pay bus ticket by plastics. These are on the right path, but far from what we need. We need a radical one. That's why I really hope, yeah, because IKN, we start from zero. Why don't we use a more serious target? This is IKN. We have to make it far better, yeah, than other cities in the world. We have, yeah. And what make us in advance is because we can adopt the entire new technology, the most recent technology, to build our city compared to other cities that already have tools that maybe not new, yeah, to replace the facilities, the plastic processing facilities. Maybe it will need a high cost. So they will continue the old technology, but our IKN, we can use the latest technology because we just started. So that's why I hope that IKN can be more ambitious, yeah, regarding the plastic. But overall, we need to be more aware. But our challenge is not just climate change. Yeah, we have plastic out there that already inside our body. Yeah, many research already saw that it's already inside our blood, and we don't know what's going to happen. Yeah? With this plastic already inside our body, are we going to become a robot, plastic robot, one day? And I read somewhere also, unfortunately I forgot the paper, it can be found inside baby placenta already. So the plastic that inside the body of a mother can be transferred to the baby. So we need to be more serious. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. Maybe second question, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to ask questions. My name is Martinus Nanang from Visipol Mulawarman. I would like to thank you for your very illuminating presentation. I love it, but I have some questions. Two things I would like to ask you. First, in my study about environmental awareness, I found out that people are not aware of something far away from themselves, from their daily life. What is your experience with regard to plastic issue? Because I think you have very extensive experience all over Indonesia. And I believe if such awareness is not inside the mind of the government officials, they will not formulate any policy to cope with this problem. That's one point. Second point is, do you have or have you seen any experience in Indonesia which is systematic and massive and strategic to handle the issue of plastic, sampah plastik nih ya? So those are the two questions I would like to have your opinions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak. Regarding the first question, yeah, this is challenging, Pak. Again, I want to tell the story between Batam, yeah, I mean our neighbor Singapore. In Indonesia, yeah, we as Indonesia, when we arrive in Singapore, suddenly become a good citizens. We are not throwing rubbish anywhere. We always throw it in rubbish bin. We are not spitting, ya, tidak meludah sembarangan. Suddenly, yeah, we have to be careful in there. Are we become more aware about the problem of rubbish? No, because in Indonesia we throw rubbish everywhere. But when we enter the Singapore, suddenly it becomes somebody that very considered, somebody that very obey the, I mean, yeah, not throwing rubbish everywhere. And what makes Singapore cleaner than most of our cities? Is that because of their citizens, yeah, aware about that? I don't think so, because if you see when Singaporean come to the Batam, for example, yeah, I think we can see that it's not it's not that disciplined. They can throw rubbish. So awareness is important, but it's not enough. But I think, yeah, in my opinion, we should combine that with law enforcement. So we should have, yeah, kalau buang sampah ini hukumannya, ya. I forgot which city. I think maybe overseas cities. If the punishment could reach $150, hampir 2 juta, if you are caught putting rubbish outside the rubbish bin. I think it's in Australia maybe. If we have those, so combined with awareness, yeah, that will be, I think, the best way forward. So awareness is important, but maybe not enough. Yeah, we can see the paradox. If Indonesians go to Singapore, they suddenly become a good citizens. But if Singaporeans come to Indonesia, maybe not that as good when they are in Singapore. So awareness is important, but should be combined with a strong law enforcement. I think that's. Second question, Pak. Which cities, place? I think, yeah, it's difficult to say. I think usually developed country usually have a better way in handling domestic waste, yeah, including plastics. But I'm not saying that Indonesia is lag behind. Some cities in Indonesia is also very good. I don't know right now, but 10 years ago, I went to Bontang. I think anyone from Bontang? There's a place named Bontang Kuala. Very clean, Pak. Very clean. I jokingly tell my friend that actually we can leak the sediment, yeah, in the Bontang Kuala. Compare if you go to like Muara Pantuan maybe here in Samarinda, ya, or apa namanya, Sungai Mariam. Yeah, I'm sorry to say that it's far, yeah, compared to Bontang. So we should not have to go to Singapore maybe, yeah, or to Tokyo to. I hope Bontang is still very clean right now, yeah. So even in our places there are examples, yeah, a very good way. The challenge maybe is how to deal with the plastic or waste that we have, because processing them, yeah, it's difficult. Yeah, we need. I think perhaps the better way to do this is to have plastic processing. Yeah, there are many ways already, technology out there like pyrolysis. Yeah, pyrolysis technology where we can transfer the plastic to become a fuel. Yeah, and I think, yeah, those technology is very advanced. I mean, many initiative right now is in managing the waste. We just need to find them and implement in us. And I hope that every cities, yeah, even the national government will pay more attention on how to deal with this. The good thing is right now, I think the government already stopped import, plastic import, so rubbish. In the past, we import waste from other countries. So Australia, for example, does not necessarily successfully manage their waste. They're clean because some of this waste is actually exported to country like Indonesia in the past. I'm not sure right now. Yeah, we need to be more active on this. And for example, yeah, I think we don't have to go because some cities in Indonesia is already in the right way, right path towards a cleaner city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more question, Mr.? Okay, please.
I agree with you that awareness should be combined with, I think, we can say structure, because culture follows structure. This is my experience. I lived in Japan for 6 years, and everything was okay. Very, very, we follow the rules. We classify the rubbish, and we put it in the proper place in different days, different kind of rubbish. But once we go back to Indonesia, to Samarinda, we tried the same thing, but when we put in the tempat sampah, everything get messy. So I said, no, we don't need to do that because it's useless. And that's the problem. I think what's lacking in our country is the structure. We don't have such structure, including the law enforcement
Facilities, yeah, Pak, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you. Yeah, integrated approach, policy, yeah, enforcement, facilities. Yeah, we have a very good citizens, but if there is no available, yeah, bins, then we will have no options to throw it somewhere else. Yeah. Thank you, Pak.
Okay, thank you very much. So to reduce plastic, actually it's not only we need awareness, but also we need regulation and facilities. And I remember when I was in a elementary school, Mr. So when I was in elementary school, we have a regulation. If we throw the rubbish not in the proper place, we get punishment to pay like 500 rupiah. And so all the students can obey the rule. And also the school have the facility to collect the rubbish. So maybe in our university, in Universitas Mula Warman, maybe it's a good start to facilitate the awareness with law enforcement and also maybe with some regulations. Okay. Maybe any more questions from, okay, please.
Perempuan.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, maybe in behind, please.
Baik, perkenalkan nama saya Aulia Diona Putri. Saya berasal dari Teknik Geologi Universitas Mula Warman. Sebelumnya saya minta maaf karena saya menggunakan bahasa Indonesia karena belum terlalu lancar menggunakan bahasa Inggris. Jadi Pak, tadi kan Bapak ada menjelaskan tentang 94% sampah yang ada di lantai samudra ya, maksudnya di lantai lautan. Gini Pak, jadi kan tadi ada animasi yang Bapak jelaskan, kalau air itu bakalan bisa berhenti ketika kita matikan kerannya. Nah ini kan kita berhentikan Pak menggunakan sampah plastik ini. Terus bagaimana ya Pak untuk mengurangi presentase 94% sampah plastik itu yang ada di samudra? Itu aja sih Pak, terima kasih.
Ya, thank you very much. Ya, terima kasih. Ya ini pertanyaan sulit gitu ya. Oke lah, kita berhasil. We manage to stop using undegradable plastic. Yeah. But how about the plastics that already on the bottom of the sea, already inside the fish? The direct answer until now we don't have technology to recover that right now. There are many research, many trial in the laboratory, for example, where we can find bacteria that can digest the plastic. But that's a very small, with 500 billion tons already. Yeah. And unfortunately, there is no, I don't think we have promising answer right now, promising answer to address this problem. But I would not be too pessimistic because many organizations right now, yeah, providing funding, providing support for anyone who have ideas, yeah, ideas or knowledge that can possibly reduce this problem. We have, in the past, we have problems with ozone layer. I don't know, many of you maybe not still a child, like 20 years ago, when we are so afraid about ozone layer that's opening, on the Arctic or Antarctic, I forgot. We are so afraid. And it seems that we will not be able to close this ozone layer. Yeah. That's because of chlorofluorocarbon, part of the perfume. Kalau kita pakai perfume, there's a gas that actually kill the ozone layer that make a big hole. But with international efforts, cooperations, we managed to close the ozone layer. So even though we don't have solution right now on how to deal with this plastic, that billion tons of plastic that already in our environment, in our sea, even in our body. But yeah, I hope human being can find a solutions. We God Tuhan memberi kita otak ya. Selama ini kita pakai, banyak dari kita memakai otak ini untuk merusak lingkungan. Mudah-mudahan dengan otak yang sama ini we can use that to find a solution. So it's ironic. We create the problems and then we create the solutions, and we are proud if we can create the solutions for the problems that we also created earlier. So yeah, there is no solution right now, I would say, but with all the resources now available, I hope we can find the way to absorb, to recover all this pollution that's already pollute our seas. And I expect, I hope, our government also can be more supportive on this idea, and the IKN, Ibu Kota Negara, can be a good start to show that actually we can build something with zero, not only zero greenhouse gas emissions like IKN vision, but also zero plastic emission. I hope.
Thank you, Mr. Iman, for the explanation. Maybe the last question, please.
Hello, I am Indra Pratama from Biology Education student, Mulawarman University. We know that nowadays there are many processed food from their mangrove, even though mangrove can absorb microplastic. Do you think that test product are still recommended to consume? Basic your explanation.
Yeah, that's a sensitive question. Because, for example, fish. If I said, be careful with the fish, because you see the research, fish is already contaminated with plastic. I will be in trouble. I can be in trouble. If I say, guys, there are plastic in the fish, so from now on, let's stop eating fish. But that's the reality. We cannot hide from reality. Plastic is already found inside the fish. You saw the result of the research. I don't know myself because I like fish. I'm from South Sulawesi. In South Sulawesi, we did not eat that much daging. We are a fish eater. And now fish is contaminated with plastic. So what can I eat? What should I eat? Honestly, I don't know. And now you add more problem with saying that, how about mangrove? I already had a headache pushing about fish. Now you add my problem with mangrove. Unfortunately, I don't have answer. I don't have recommendations whether we still okay to consume mangrove. Because it's probably absorb plastic as well. I don't have straightforward answer on that. And research about the impact of the plastic on the human body, on the human health, is still full of gaps. Many things that we don't know yet. We don't know yet. Even though what we know now is that we found plastic in human blood. Yeah? And what we don't know is what is the impact. There is I put in my presentation earlier, only initial indications that probably could affect kidney, ya, mengganggu ginjal kita gitu, ginjal sistem di ginjal. So that's why we have information, a very bad news last week, maybe in the within last month, about children that have I don't know in English, gagal ginjal, kidney failure, and currently we suspect that those are because of the consuming syrup, obat. But I see on the news that some of these kids, it's actually never consumed this medicine. So I'm not saying that that's because of the plastic, but if we see the research, there is potential that those are maybe plastic maybe contribute to this problem. Yeah, and sometimes ago, I think last month, I speak with a doctor in Bogor, in one occasion. She explained to me that in her career, in the last like 5 years in her career as expert in specialist autoimmune, she found that more and more kids now suffer autoimmune. We don't know what is and she has no answer what is the cause of this case of autoimmune drastically increase in the last 5 years. And probably because our food is already poisoned, especially by the plastic. Thank you, for adding more kepusingan. All right.
Well, thank you very much for Mr. Ilman. Please give applause to our keynote speakers today. Well, I think it's the time to end this plenary session for today. And thank you very much for Mr. Ilman that have increased our awareness, increased our knowledge and insight in plastic pollution. So I hope all of you, maybe we can create the solution for deal with this problem. Well, thank you very much for your attending, for your participate in this session. And I'm sorry I've mistake in delivered the session today. So after that, I return this agenda to Master of Ceremony. Well, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please stay on the stage, sir. We are going to give you a plaque and a certificate.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have parallel session for oral presentation. And for all the presenters, we will divide it into 5 rooms. The first room is inside this ballroom. The second room is Alexandrite at Mercure Hotel. The third room is Sapphire at Mercure Hotel. The fourth room is Country One at Ibis Hotel. And the fifth room is Country 2 at Ibis Hotel. For the fourth and fifth room, please coordinate with Mrs. Novi. And for your information, for the poster presentation will be judged by Mr. Ilman and Mr. Suseno Amin. And tomorrow we will announce the best poster and best presenter at the closing ceremony. And also we will hand out the certificate tomorrow too. So we hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you.